Good morning, everyone. We would like to extend a warm welcome to one and all present over here at the annual PMRF Symposium 2023, being organized by IIT Madras. We are very grateful to be able to host you today. We have on the dais the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, Professor Shanti Pavan, Dean Academic Research, IIT Madras, Professor Deepa Venkatesh, Coordinator of the PMRF National Implementation Team, IIT Madras, and Professor Jailal Sharma, PMRF Coordinator, IIT Madras. We will commence the event with an invocation of Tamil Thai Varthu, followed by Vande Mataram. I request everyone to please stand in respect of the invocation.
தீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிர்சிறந்த திராவிடனை திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிக்கணரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுறை எத்திசையும் புகழ் இறந்த பெரும் தமிழங்கே தமிழங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. I will now invite Professor Shanti Pavan, Dean Academic Research, IIT Madras, to welcome and to deliver the welcome address and to introduce you to the PMRF scheme, its goals and status.
Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome and immense pleasure to have with us the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, our Director, Professor Kamakoti, Professor Deepa Venkatesh, and Professor Jailal Sharma, who are coordinating the PMRF effort at IIT Madras. and all young, eager minds from across the country, and of course, senior faculty colleagues who have been helping out with the PMRF effort over the years. Again, it's a great pleasure to have you all here at IIT Madras. Before I begin about the PMRF scheme, I just wanted to give you a little glimpse of IIT Madras, because for you, many of you, this is probably the first time at our campus. So that is IIT Madras from Google Earth, and that's Madras from Google Earth. And as you can see, that's Chennai city, and there's a dark green patch. And that dark green patch there is IIT Madras. So the campus, if you've not seen it already, I really encourage you to go and take a look. IIT Madras has got lovely landscapes, as you can see. So that's a path on campus on a warm, sunny day. You can see that almost no sun hits the ground. In a campus like this, we have, as expected, really lovely people. So these are the black buck. I'm sure those of you who came when there was light yesterday, I hope you caught a glimpse of these guys and more of them. And as you can imagine, a university like IIT Madras has got to have a lot of smart people. So here is one of them. So you can imagine, even our monkeys can read the newspaper, which are turned 90 degrees. So you can imagine how bright the academic community here is on campus. So with that brief introduction to our lovely campus, I welcome you again. And let me quickly go over some of the key features of the PMRF scheme. If to put it in, what do you call 5 points, the Prime Minister's Research Fellowship Scheme has a rigorous selection process, a very handsome stipend, a very flexible contingency grant that allows PMRF scholars to do a lot of things which they would otherwise not be able to do in a conventional PhD fellowship. And since the government is giving us a lot of money, it's only fair that there is continuous monitoring and to expect results, right? So these are the number of scholars admitted year-wise. In the first 2 years, you can see that the numbers were quite small. And then we learned more about the selection process and how to improve it. And you can see that over the last few years, there's been a lot of increase in the number of PMRF fellows. The last cycle is only half a cycle. So we expect the numbers to hit about 1,000 this year. The admissions are in a variety of institutions spread across the country, starting from Banaras to Bhopal, Delhi to Dharwad, Calcutta to Chennai, 38 institutions in all. And so far, we've had more than 2,500 admissions into this program. The review process, once we admit students, the review process, we take it very, very seriously. There's an annual review where the scholar, many of you have been through this process. There's a report plus a presentation. The presentation is done with experts in the area and is very rigorous in the sense that the result of the review process can range from commended, which basically are all, many of you are here, have received such reviews in the past, all the way to fellowship not continued. So people are on their feet. And as a result, we've seen really great work come out of the PMRF program. So far, about 1,000 plus reviewers have been involved in this review effort, which is a massive effort. And it's managed all through a portal developed at IIT Madras, pmrf.in. Next slide. PMRF scholars have also been mandated to create social impact in the form of imparting their technical knowledge to polytechnics, other schools in the area, and so on. And depending on the institution they belong to, they have gone out and done wonderful things. For example, many scholars have chosen to go and spend their 1 hour in a week in a local college or a polytechnic. Many of them have volunteered to be TAs for the NPTEL MOOC program. Many others have developed course material for high school students, etc. And the last year alone, more than 114,000 man-hours of work have been spent by PMRF scholars to improve the technical ecosystem in the country. This is in addition to the TA work that they do in their home institutions. So to summarize, the PMRF scheme is an outstanding scheme that attracts top-notch students to research. And the motto is to pay well, but also to expect results. And looking at the number of papers, patents, and industrial collaborations, we seem to be on an excellent trajectory with improved quality and quantity of research. And we all keep complaining that most of our technology is imported, and there's very little technology development in the country. So in other words, we were all Paramatma Nirbhar. Now we hope that you will be the engines of change to make Atmanirbhar Bharat. So welcome again to IIT Madras and to the PMRF Annual Symposium. Now, it is my great pleasure to formally introduce and welcome the Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Subhash Sarkar. Being a medical practitioner, Dr. Subhash Sarkar holds a degree in BSc Honors, MBBS, with a specialization in ultrasonography, infertility, and laparoscopy. In 2019, in May of that year, he was elected to the 17th Lok Sabha and is serving as a member of the Indian Nursing Council and All India Medical Sciences. Very recently, from 2021, Dr. Sarkar has been appointed as the Union Minister of State for Education. Throughout his life, he has been associated with different philanthropic, social, and cultural activities. It's a great pleasure to have you here, sir, with us today. Over to you, Dr. Sarkar.
Vanakkam. Shat Shri Akal. This is from Punjab. Kurum Jari. This is from Manipur. Khamma Ghani. This is from Rajasthan. Namaskaram, Kerala. And my state, Namaskar, to all PMRF scholars. Whenever I sat here, I was trying to observe all the eyes of PMRF scholars. Because I'm a gynecological surgeon, in a surgery, there is a word, how a surgeon should be. And I was thinking that a research scholar also should be like this. He or she should have eagle's eye and Eagle's eye means to observe minute things properly. And lion's heart, this is a right decision. And feather touch finger, this is lady's finger. They're all eyes that really, I'm not telling much, very bright eyes I have observed. All are looking something, really, I'm very happy. On the dais, Mr. V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, Professor Shanti Vavan, Academic Research, IIT Madras, Professor Deepa Venkatesh, PMRF, Coordinator, IIT Madras, Professor Joylal Sharma, PMRF, Coordinator, IIT Madras. My dear friends, today and fulfill the vision of quality research in various higher educational institutions in the country. It seeks to attract the best talent into research and thereby realizing the vision of development through innovation in cutting-edge science and technology domains, and focus on national priorities and to fulfill the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat in this Amrit Kal. Self-reliant is an attitude or confidence for oneself and for the country. Friends, our former Prime Minister, Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, gave us the slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kishan. 20 years ago, in a historic address in Pokhran, former Prime Minister Atal Ji had recognized the contribution of science and technology for India. And he added, Jai Vigyan, that means Jai Jawan, Jai Kishan, and the Jai Vigyan. And our Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, added, Jai Anushandhan. Therefore, the slogan now become Jai Jawan, Jai Kishan, Jai Vigyan, Jai Anushandhan. If I tell, then if we consider about 40 years, 50 years back, the most of the research, excepting very few, that was like some ornaments taking from the nose and it is being attached to the ear and then publishing paper and try to push the paper in different journals so the number of papers can be increased. Now, the approach has become totally changed by our Prime Minister. It is society demand, industry demand, agriculture demand. The research should be for the society and for the country. Indeed, the pursuit of Vigyan is fulfilled through achievement of two objects. The first is generation of profound or disruptive knowledge. The second is consumption of that knowledge for socio-economic good. As we push our discovery science ecosystem, we must also focus on innovation and startups. Our government has launched the Auto Innovation Mission to promote innovation among our scientists. More technology business incubators have been established in the last few years. Industry must know, contribute by providing timely direction, vision, mentorship, and partnership to the startup. Our scientists must commit themselves to addressing problems of affordable healthcare, housing, clean air, water and energy, agriculture productivity, and food processing. While science is universal, technology must be local for providing solutions relevant to the local needs and conditions. Friends, I wish to recall a quote from our late President, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. With vivid imagination and consistent efforts, the forces of the universe can be made to work for an inspired mind. How do we fire up the minds of Indian youth who are the foundation of cutting-edge research and usher the renaissance in Indian science? And our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, has rightly said, India is brimming with a new generation of creative, energetic, and confident minds. The government is committed to provide them an enabling environment for building a new India through science. An India that is fully ready to take the challenge and opportunities of the present and the future. An India that is bubbling with ideas, knowledge, wisdom, and action. Can I talk with you? Just I would like to ask the researcher who are working for the clean air and water. Yes? Oh, very good. What is your imagination in 2047? You can or cannot, no problem. What is your imagination in 2047?
I am working.
That means, yes? Can you, I have made it clear? Say you, no?
Yes.
Oh, you, yes, yes.
So I am working on clean air means I am working on this CO2 sequestration, that how we can use this CO2 for improving the material properties, and in future how we can prevent not to go CO2 into the atmosphere. So that area is like I am working on. So
And what is your imagination on this aspect in the year 2047, that 100th year of independence, our country should be in this level on your aspect. Have you understood my point?
We will achieve
You, I am asking to imagine.
we might achieve the net zero target set by the Honorable Prime Minister by 2047.
A bit more close.
We might achieve the target of net zero, the vision set by the Prime Minister by 2047.
Anybody for agriculture productivity? Yes, please. And the same, what you are doing in a very short 1 or 2 sentences. And what is your imagination in the year 2047?
So currently around 23 millions of irrigation pumps that are used in agriculture are diesel powered. So my research work is focused on using renewable fuels to power those diesel engines. So by 2047, we will be able to use the locally sourced, then renewable low carbon fuels and with high efficiency and clean combustion in like for agriculture purposes.
Anybody for cancer therapy?
Morning, sir. Actually, we are developing metal-based anti-cancer drugs. Hello. Still, sir, we are developing metal-based anti-cancer complexes. So we are expecting that even in that decade, we are able to develop some Indian drugs which can be cheap and as well as efficiently to fight with cancer in India. Indian-made drugs in the international market.
Any of your imagination in the year 2047?
We are expecting to develop Indian drug.
Please
fight
little bit
cancer.
closer.
Hello. We are expecting to develop Indian drug to fight cancer in upcoming years.
Anything more?
So we'll explore further to make it more cheaper, more.
Will you not think about the preventive measures in a certain degree so that very early detection of these can be done, and this can be achieved at least such and such percentage according to your desire, according to your dream? Have you understood? You could not understand. You are thinking about your job.
Yes.
But you have to take your vision for the country, for the whole people of the country. You have to dream how many cancer patients are in the country, not in the numbers. You have to imagine you are on the flight and you can visualize whole of the population at a stage, and you can visualize the barcode and everything, how many cancer patients are now and how many are not being detected. In this way, you have to imagine.
Yes. Yes.
Have I given some idea?
Yes.
Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, you have to think, because your idea is not to be successful for your work only. You have to be successful for the betterment of the country. Okay? Okay? Okay, you are right. I can come again. But if you would like to do in this kind of activity, this kind of imagination, are you feeling bored? Can I take much time? Little bit? Okay? Though I could not talk properly because of I am suffering from little bit laryngitis. Yesterday I was very bad, but till possibly my voice is reaching to you. If you would like to be successful, I can give you a tip. That is, there is a book. This is, have you seen this book? Modi at the rate 20. Who have seen this book? Nobody. You have seen. Modi at the 20, this book is not written by Narendra Modi. This book is not being written for the publicity of Narendra Modi's activity. This book has been written by either in a hospital or anywhere else. Yes, she helped her, and many years are over. And during pandemic, again I'm telling, during pandemic, there is crisis of PPE kit, there is crisis of mask and sanitizers, but PPE kit crisis was significant. At that time, PPE kit was taken from other countries. And Madam Sudha Murthy gave an advertisement that is there anyone who can do best quality of PPE kit? And she took the interview, and one of the lady came and told, and she observed that what kind of PPE kit is required. And Madam Sudha Murthy ji gave her an imported PPE kit. And with the confidence, I'm telling the confidence for all of you, with the confidence, that lady told, yes, I can copy any kind of garments or PPE kit, and I can do either better than these or at least at this level. And she told, I need 10 lakh rupees, and if I would fail, then I will give back the whole amount of money, but I will give it through installments. And with these words, Madam Sudha Murthy recalled her era, when 50 years back, J.R.D. Tata gave an advertisement that they need an engineer, a batch of engineers, only male persons can apply. And at that time, Sudha Murthy ji wrote a letter to J.R.D. Tata. Yes, why not women? She recalled her that story. And she gave the order and gave 10 lakh rupees to that young lady. And she came after a few days. And really, it was a very nice. And then she started one after another order. Time is? Okay. She got one after another order. And after 2 months, again, that lady came. And Sudha Murthy ji told her, yes, Shapna, how are you? Are you not getting payment properly? No, I'm getting it. This is not the problem. I have taken a little bit food for you. And she opened the tiffin kit, and there was a food that was date poli. Immediately she asked, who has prepared it, and how you have come to know that I liked it? And that time, that lady told, it has been prepared by mother. Who is your mother? My mother is Sharala. Where she is? She is in the downstairs. That Sharala is that lady. And that immediately she told her, please call her. And Sharala came to her office, and she asked, how is your family? What is about your village? And she was telling, village is full of pakka road. We are well, and I am doing a catering business. I have my accounts, my parents have accounts. This is the transformation of the country. Similarly, one thing happened immediate after being the Prime Minister, and just before taking the oath, our Prime Minister decided who will be the Principal Secretary. And he called him. He talked with him. And there is a little bit administrative difficulty to appoint him as a Principal Secretary. And within 2 days, he overcome this difficulty and he appointed him as Principal Secretary. This is the determination, and that kind of determination you should have. This for the scholars. And the idea is to make the country self-reliant. I'm talking very shortly, another 2 stories for the self-reliant. How to become self-reliant and what is self-reliant. One day, a gentleman, I'm not telling the name just now, try to guess. He's a large forehead. He came to a station, rail station in West Bengal. The name of the station is Bardhaman. Anybody from West Bengal? The name of the station is Bardhaman. So a boy came to him and is telling, can you give me 1 paisa? Can you give me 1 paisa? That 1 paisa means at that time, now is the 6 paisa. This is not the 6 paisa. There is close to that, because 16 anna means 1 rupee and 1 anna means 6 paisa. Then he told, if I give you 1 paisa, what you will do? Yes, I will take my food. I will take some food. If I give you 2 paisa, then what you will do? I will take my food and along with my mother's food. And if I give you 1 anna, 1 anna, then he told, I will take my food and my mother's food, and rest of the paisa will be utilized for my mother's medicine. And then that man told, if I give you 1 rupee, what you will do? And then boy a little bit laughed and little bit anguish. Are you joking? Then he told, no, I'm really telling. If I give 1 rupee, what you will do? He was telling, I will do business. That 12 years boy, I will do business. And after 12 years, that gentleman again came to Bardhaman station, and at that time, he became famous worldwide. And that boy have become young, and he came to the rail station. Pranam on the ground. Everybody was saying, what happens? And then he put hold that gentleman. You? He told 12 years back, I came, is that boy. Now I become the businessman in Bardhaman. This is the self-reliance. Self-reliance for person, for family, for the locality, for the state, for the country itself. In this way we have to imagine. I hope your research will be on that. Just like keeping everything, so many things intact, which is required. Just like in Japan, they are still maintaining this sticky rice. And I would like to end because time is already up. It is also like a guide for the people. You have to guide whole of the country, not only in innovation, but also academia, industry, agriculture, every sphere. You have to take a mission with this. I believe the Institute will conduct more and more sessions to spread the word about the nation's development. Thank you all. Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your encouraging and inspiring words. We are very grateful to be able to hear your insights and interact with you. I would now like to invite Professor V. Kamakoti to felicitate our honored speaker. I now invite Professor Deepa Venkatesh to give a vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It's my immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks. Let me start by placing our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, for taking time out of his extremely busy schedule and gracing this occasion, providing those wonderful words of wisdom, interacting with our students, giving us so many stories, and for all those inspiring words of motivation. Thank you, sir. I wish to thank our director, Professor Kamakoti, who is also the national convener for PMRF, and he has been the guiding strength for us to steer the program forward. He has been a pillar of support. His daily schedule is mind-boggling, but he's only a WhatsApp message away from us. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to thank the other members of the governing board of PMRF, which is called the National Coordination Committee, Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi, Professor Manoj Gaur, Director IIT Jammu, Professor Yogesh Singh, Vice Chancellor Delhi University, Professor Uma Maheshwar Rao, Director NIT Roorkela, Professor Gauri Shankar, Director IISER Bhopal, Professor B.S. Murthy, Director IIT Hyderabad, Professor Rangarajan, Director IASC. They meet us 4 times a year, give us timely advice on formulating policies and procedures for effective implementation of the scheme. I express my sincere gratitude to the officers of the Ministry of Education, specifically Madam Kavita Chauhan, Undersecretary, and officers Sri Sahil Sardana and Sri Raghavendran, who have been interacting with us regularly and guiding through the process of implementation. We conduct 4 operations every year, and which are 2 admission operations and 2 review operations. Take this opportunity to appreciate the efforts and place on record my sincere gratitude to 38 institute coordinators, 10 nodal coordinators, more than 80 subject coordinators, some of whom are gracing this occasion in person, more than 1,065 reviewers, 2,413 guides and co-guides, whose timely feedback and responses make this program a great success. I would thank Professor Amit Kumar, the lead of the implementation team from IIT Delhi, from whom I took over the baton last year. He's always available to answer any questions about any of the PMRF related issues. All operations of PMRF are now carried out through a centralized portal. Relevant metabase data is available live. It is also displayed in the PMRF portal. A big thanks to the portal team headed by Mr. Nagarajan for making this happen and being available for support literally 24/7. Thanks are due to Professor Manu Santanam, Dean of IC&SR of IIT Madras, and his team, who help us to manage this accounts, amounting to, just for this year, 320 crores. Now, coming to the symposium, I place on record my sincere gratitude to both the plenary speakers, Professor Bhaskar Ramurthy and Professor Balakrishnan, and 8 invited speakers who have immediately responded positively to our request to address the PMRFs in spite of their extremely busy schedules. Most of these speakers are either directors or ex-directors of different institutes. Thanks to the technical program committee members for selecting the highlighted posters which are displayed in this session in the morning. There are 3 workshops being organized on patenting, entrepreneurship, and teaching, which I'm sure will influence the perspectives of many students here. So I strongly urge you to attend the workshops. Organization of this symposium to this scale at this short notice would not have been possible without the support of the following people. Chairman Council of Wardens, IIT Madras, who has readily agreed to provide 150 student hostel rooms at short notice. NPTEL team headed by Ms. Bharati for registration, Sri Balaji and team for the live streaming and video recording, Office of the Global Engagement, Mr. Vinod, staff in the Office of Dean of Academic Research, Mr. Venkateshan, Mr. Gugan, Mrs. Shanti, ICSR facilities team, Mr. Sudhakar and team, the event management team, Mr. Sri Kumar, and the catering team from Shabari. Special thanks to all the hard-working volunteers of PMRF who are themselves PMRF who are helping as we are speaking. I thank my other colleagues of the PMRF implementation team, Professor Shanti Pawan, Professor Mishra, Professor Shankar Ram, Professor Pratap, Professor Nilesh Vaza, and Professor Jailal Sharma, who have been the pillars of support, giving unconditional support. I place on my record my sincere thanks to the incredible amount of work done by our staff, Salman Hussain, Praveen, and our ex-staff, Renuka, who are the faces of PMRF support at IITM. Last but not the least, let me take this opportunity to thank and appreciate the hard work done by all the PMRF scholars. The research community has great expectations from you. I'm sure you'll be able to deliver. Each of your individual success fulfills the mission of Jai Anusandhan, and I'm sure you'll focus your goals with a renewed spirits to make an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Wish you all a very stimulating interaction during the symposium, and all the very best. Thank you. Jai Hind. Honorable Minister is presenting the book to our director, Mr. Kamakoti.
Thank you, ma'am. I request everyone to remain seated until the Honorable Minister leaves the venue. All the presenters are required to get to their posters, highlighted posters. Thank you.
Check. Hello, hello, check, check, hello.
It's a request for people who don't have highlighted posters to remain seated, please.
Hello, hello, check, check, hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check, check, hello.
Everyone, please head to the dining area for tea. Yeah, who is not having the highlighted poster, please move to the dining area for tea.
இல்லனா டைரக்ஷன் லைட்டா மாத்த சொல்லு. ஏய் கேட்டு பண்ணு. இல்ல சார் அங்க ஒரு லேப்டாப் இல்ல சார் அங்க போடில ஒரு லேப்டாப் அங்கேயே போட்டு சூப்ல ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டோம். சரி அங்க இருந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அங்க இருந்து போடில ஒரு லேப்டாப் அங்க இருந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவோம். நீ கேட்டா கண்டிப்பா தருவேன். நானா பண்ணதுக்கு சொல்லி அவருக்கு ஒரே ஒரு ஸ்லைடு தான். இது வயசு வந்துச்சுன்னா
All this government, the ministers are all, you can't dismiss everything they say. You know, they have a way of saying, but you know, but I've met many such people. Got to listen to them carefully.
Hello, everybody. Please settle down. Our plenary talk will begin in a few minutes.
Okay. பேசுறதுக்கு தானே வேணும், கேட்கறதுக்கு ஒண்ணும் வேண்டாமே. ஓகே இப்படிதானே இருக்கணும். இது எங்க இருக்கும்? இங்க இருக்கும். ஓகே. Can somebody check it working? Hello? Hello? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. You going to introduce? I'll introduce myself. Who? Kantipa.
Everyone is requested to please be seated. Our plenary talk is going to begin in a few minutes now. All the people from the posters are requested to come to their seats. We are going to have a highlighted poster session after this. Please be seated.
Can this be made on? No, I can see my slide.
It's on only.
Yeah, no, that one.
It's okay. It's okay.
I will tell them.
Everyone is requested to come to their seats again. Welcome back, everyone. We will now be having our first plenary talk. I will now invite Professor Shanti Pawan to introduce the speaker for the plenary talk. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Please settle down. Thank you. It's a pleasure and privilege to introduce our plenary speaker, Professor Bhaskar Ramurthy. Professor Bhaskar received his BTech in electrical engineering from IIT Madras in 1980 and his PhD from the University of California, Santa Barbara. After his research stint at Bell Labs in New Jersey, he returned to IIT Madras in 1986, and he's been a faculty member in the electrical engineering department since then. Professor Bhaskar has a long list of accomplishments. And notable among them are, he started along with Professor Junjunwala and Professor Gonzalez, the famous TNET group, which was the first group in India to actually start building communication equipment. And in the early to late 90s, where many of you may not even remember those times, but they were very difficult times in India. And lately, he's been very involved with the 5G work, and IIT Madras is very proud to say that they helped a lot in pushing some of our work into the standards, right? And Professor Bhaskar has also served as a two-time director of IIT Madras from 2011 to 2021, and that brought about a whole lot of very impressive and interesting changes for both faculty and students alike. So without any further ado, Professor Bhaskar.
Thank you. Thank you, Shanti. Can you all hear me? Very good morning to everybody and welcome to IIT Madras. I believe this is the second day of the symposium. Huh? Today is the second day, yeah? Huh? Second day. Huh? Okay, no, yesterday also you had something? Oh, today was the first day. Okay, but tomorrow is continuing. Okay. So welcome to IIT Madras and hope you have a good 2 or 3 days here. I think Shanti showed you some glimpses of the unique aspects of this campus. So it's still not yet very hot. This year, our summer starts early here. By February, it gets quite hot. But this year, it's been quite cool. Cool enough that I have a sniffle from the morning's slight chill weather. But so it's a good time for you. If you have, evening or something, take a walk, go around, see the campus. It's really a unique place. So I think Shanti and Deepa asked me to give a talk. So I don't have any monopoly on any wisdom. So I just some ideas about PhDs, why we do it, how we should do it, how we might go about it. I've been sort of compiling over the years in my mind. I share it with my own students, with some others. So I thought I'll do the same here. It's not specifically targeted at PMRF scholars. It's probably useful for any PhD student. But I thought I'll share the same thing with you. I noticed that in the afternoon you have 2 other plenary speakers today, Professor Balakrishnan and Professor Krishna Kumar. Right. So some of the things I'm talking about, you will see. I'm sure you will. I mean, I know they are exemplary people who illustrate some of the ideas that I'm going to share. I don't know whether they're going to refer to some of those same ideas or not, but you can take lessons from them as role models. So why do we do a PhD? See, after all, it's of course it's the last highest degree in a sequence of degrees credentials that you can earn. But you can do a lot in any profession by stopping at best with the masters and learning everything else informally through experience on the job. So why does one do a PhD? This is the first question. Why? For what? Right? So I think, if you want to somehow absorb the art and science of identifying challenging questions, problems, and seeking solutions for them. So this is one thing you should learn somehow. We don't teach it formally in a PhD program, but this is one of the aims of the PhD program. Because until this time, until you come to the PhD program, or until you go to a job, right? As long as you are in a bachelor's, master's degrees, somebody else is telling you what problems to apply your mind on. Somebody defines it very carefully so that there is a unique solution, and you are taught how to apply your mind to discover the solution or work out the solution. But life is not like that, right? Life is actually, the problem also has to be defined, has to be identified, has to be framed suitably so that you get useful answers. If you frame the problem in a too accurate or too complex a way, you may not get a solution. If you frame it too loosely, you may get solutions that are not very useful. So there is an art and science to actually defining problems and seeking solutions for them. There are many choices. There is no unique solution in some sense because there are assumptions involved. There are, special cases and so on. So even there is no unique solution. It's not like the problems you give in an exam. So basically, this art and science, it's a science also. There are ways of doing it. But as it told you, it's not something that has been captured in a way in which can be taught formally. But there's also an art to it, meaning you have to learn. So you learn this primarily by observing people who already know how to do this. Your guides, your other professors, peers, people you meet at conferences. You just keep seeing what they do, how they do, and how have they thought of this problem, how have they identified this problem. Not always it's genuine. Sometimes it's half genuine. People identify a problem because they know the solution for it and they want to publish a paper. So you have to sort of start learning to separate the wheat from the chaff, right? Because wherever there's people involved and wherever there's opportunity involved and wherever there's money involved, there'll always be mixed bag. So you will get made up problems. You'll get made up solutions. You have to separate those. You have to throw them away and look at the real ones. If you would desire to take up a career in academics, meaning at the higher education institutions, most of them require you to have the credential of a PhD. We used to have long ago, in the previous century, we used to be able to appoint people who are very good, probably all-time greats without PhDs. Today, you can't do it. Okay. I mean, examples are Acharya J.C. Bose and Ramanujan also. Ramanujan, in fact, you look at the records of the Senate of Madras University, they were not willing to give him the fare to go to England because he was not even a master's holder. And it was the then Chief Justice of the Madras High Court, who was in the Senate, who fought and said, this is crazy. Okay, please give him the money. Okay, so today it's impossible. You can't become a professor or become an assistant professor anywhere without a PhD. Even if you're if you've already shown tremendous results, at least they'll have to give you a PhD and then appoint you. Okay, so if you want to take up an academic career and continue with this research as a lifelong exercise, academic research, you have to get a PhD. At least you need that piece of paper. And but today I'm going to talk not about that, about what is involved and why does one do a PhD, and is that the end or is that a part of a process? That's what I'm going to talk about. And of course, when you take up an academic career, you're essentially signing up for helping others. Somebody guided you to imbibe the art and science that I mentioned. You want to become one of those guys. Or you could want to go to industry and help create new products, processes in industry. This also, the role of PhDs in this is probably not more than 100 odd years old. The most famous inventors or people who developed these things in the end of the 19th century, early part of 20th century were not necessarily people with any great degrees, right? You look at the names of Edison or any of those people, right? But as these industries and areas became big and they started getting formalized, they started creating research centers, hiring PhDs and so on. So you have a certain type of people who have gone through the same training but have branched off into focusing on creating new products, processes for industry. The aim is here to achieve either higher performance, lower cost, or do things which have not been done till now. If you think of in my area of telecommunications, it's unthinkable in the 90s that you could actually transmit hundreds of megabits per second of data through wireless and to such small handsets and so on. So people who work in industry to make these things happen. Of course, there are also people in academia who contribute ideas, but there are a whole lot of people who work in industry to make this happen, and that's one career path also. Okay, so there are broadly two reasons why you might want to do a PhD. The second point I want to make here is that it takes time. It takes time to be able to do those things. Any deep and serious endeavor, it doesn't matter whether it's in technology and science or whether it's in music or whether it's in becoming a chef. It takes several years. There is a book also about 10,000 years of practice and so on. You can read that. I would say anywhere between 7, 8, 10 years, 12 years. Now, it depends on the drive in an individual. Some people can go through the process and achieve a certain level of capability faster. Some people take a little longer. It hardly matters in the long run when you're going to have a 40 or 50-year productive period. Doesn't plus minus 2 years hardly matters, but it takes of that order of that time. But we don't keep people for a PhD program for 8 or 10 years. We hand out degrees after following certain milestones, and we give you a PhD degree, we give you certificates and so on, intermediate stages. Why do we do this? Because partly these are gate openers. It's a credential world, as I said. You need a piece of paper to become an assistant professor. You need something. So we do this. These open gates for you. Also because, all the institutions where you now do these PhDs are also large, and they have a certain input-output rate that they have to meet. Nobody wants to keep you for that long. So, we send you out, but that doesn't mean the learning process ends. This is the point I'm trying to make. Okay. You don't take 8 years to do a PhD. That's not what I meant. What I meant is it takes 8 or 10 years to learn this thing that you are trying to learn. Somewhere in between, we may give you a PhD degree, but that doesn't mean that you already got there. Okay. You will know in your bones, right? You will know. Every one of us knows whether we have got to the point where what we can call the first level. There should be a T there, first level destination, because in Indian languages, and originally from Sanskrit, this is called Vidvat. Okay, that's why we call our musicians Vidwan, right? Not everybody. So in music world, those of you are familiar with it, in the north they use the word Pandit, in the south they use Vidwan. There is no formal way by which you are given the title. Suddenly, someday you find people start referring to somebody as Vidwan so and so. Till that time, they won't do it. Okay, it's fairly accurate. You don't find too many people called Vidwans who are not Vidwans, and you don't find too many people who are good enough to be Vidwans or not referred to as such. At least that's what statistically I have seen. So this happens because there's a consensus. Okay, and what does it mean, right? So they feel that this person has now reached a certain level of understanding, skill, knowledge, right? They also know it. Right? Except in humility, you don't say I'm now a Vidwan, but you also know it. Okay. In fact, you know it before others. Basically, what it means, you can say, how do you characterize this Vidwan? It doesn't mean they know a lot. Actually, one of the things you learn very quickly is that there's so much that we don't know that the amount we know is actually very little in anything. Doesn't matter who it is. Even Einstein would say the same thing. It's true. The point really is, how do you deal with what you don't know? How do you recognize? How do you put a boundary around it? How do you work your way around it? So a Vidwan actually will be able to encapsulate that, saying, okay, I don't know this. I can tell you that I don't know this, but I know what has to be done. I know roughly where it fits into the frame of things. I know what has to be done if one has to tackle this. It may take a few years, it may take a couple of years, 6 months. You have to learn a few things, you have to then get into it. Right? So knowing what you don't know and how to deal with it is part of becoming is this Vidvat. Okay? Because that's what you have to do all the time, right? As a researcher in industry or as an academic, you're all the time dealing with figuring out some answers to questions that nobody knows anything about. So being able to not get flummoxed and try to say something and get out of the situation. You say, okay. Most of the time you end up saying answer to question somebody asks you, say, I don't know the answer, but right. Maybe this is how we have to go about it. There is this other thing which has some relevance to this, right? I think I know an individual who has worked on something which seems unconnected, but actually is maybe connected to this, right? Only Vidwans can do this. Okay. So this concept of Vidvat and Vidwan is something in India we have understood very well. This is not only in music. Even I mean, I often use this example of a chef, or we call them just cooks. People who cook in weddings and so on. How do you deal with doing really high quality food for 3,000 people, 2,000 people? It's not a joke. Okay, right? How do you do that right? So that's also Vidvat, right? Anybody who even cooking for 100 or 200 may not be able to do it, or even for even a very good cook who cooks in a home cannot do it. So there is a different way, and there is So even that, they may not be degrees, but it takes time. And when you want to have a really good wedding that is remembered, food is very important. You go hunting for these people. Okay, so that's also the same thing. And when you speak to them, when you discuss the menu with them, you can see. You can pose the problem to him. I know I can only afford so much. This is this time of the year, and they will approach it, right? And within your constraints, they may not have done the same thing before, right? Within your constraints, they'll figure out what to do, how to do it, right? Again, some of it may have more skill, less knowledge. Some of it have more knowledge, less skill, but combination. So most important is you, the person pursuing this will know when they have got to this first level, because it's an ongoing, lifelong effort, right? If you want to go that route, which is the only reason I can't think of for doing a PhD. Otherwise, actually, the learning process can occur very well in your profession. I think after a bachelor's or a master's, you can get out, jump into the pool, and start. Okay, there's really no need to do a PhD. Okay, but if you want to go on this route where you actually want to get some vidvat, then all the decisions you make for at least an 8 to 10 year period must be subservient to this desire. You can't just buy it in the market. Okay, you have to tapasya, right? So you have to do this. How you spend your time, what you choose to learn one after the other, what you choose to pursue, what pathways, where do you go to work or to do your postdoc, everything will be subservient to, am I going on this path? And we'll come to the review process and everything. Your decisions will not be influenced in particular by job titles. Somebody gives you a nice sounding title and writes a nice letter to you. You will now be the lead something, something, something in this center. Okay. Can't get impressed by all that. It's okay. So as a final icing on the cake, it's fine. Your question should be, I'm on this 10-year or 8-year, 12-year path. Is this contributing to that? Or is not actually, right? Somehow that person wants me to do something. It's not going to really help me that much improve, right? The salary looks very good. The title looks very good, but I don't think this is the right place for me, right? So these decisions, the name value of the organization, the salary, all of these cannot be that what may help you decide all the forks that you have taken in the path. It has to be, am I learning? What am I learning? How am I learning? From whom am I learning? Even, as I said, when you go to a job after a master's or a bachelor's, and you learn from a very experienced and very capable person, totally informally, there's no degrees, nothing. That also serves this purpose, right? But that doesn't give you the credentials, and you may learn many things, but you may not learn particularly the art and science of posing problems, choosing solutions, looking for solutions in a certain way, with certain assumptions, right? That may not show you that, but you may learn something else. So this process of what am I learning, from whom am I learning, how is applicable to everybody, but in the context of becoming a vidwan in something, it also applies. And this is very important, because in this case, it applies very seriously. And if you don't ensure these things, you just have a piece of paper, you'll just keep telling people, I've done this, I've done that, I've done 4 years there, I've done so many man years of this, so many, all that is all ultimately, just focus. A single-minded focus on getting to this first stage of some vidvat. This should be the driving force. Okay. So choosing the area of research and guide. Many people I've seen as a director also, everybody is very anxious about this, as if this is the thing that opens the door to a success. Okay. Everybody wants the same popular guides, famous guides, some hot area, AI and something, right? So actually, most of us are not very narrow band. I have seen both in my personal acquaintances, and I've seen as a director and as a my colleagues, there are some people who are very narrow band, meaning they can only do, so they can be happy and satisfied and progress only only if they're doing certain things. This is true even in music and other things. Okay. But the number of such people are not that large. Most of us are quite broadband, meaning we can do many things quite well, reasonably well. And it is not that we are been born to do, AI or born to do something else. Okay, it's not like that. Most of us are quite broadband, though some of us, you should keep watch for the outliers, because you can't make a person totally unhappy and unproductive, because these outliers, you have to handle them. But except for that, except for keeping a watch for them, to make believe that all of us have got very, we are all been born for certain specific thing is not correct. We have got fairly broadband. And therefore, we should keep our choices somewhat open. There may be some broader constraint, like some of us may prefer analytical work, some of us may prefer experimental work. That's okay. But the top area of research, the field, we may be quite okay in a broad set of areas. Why I'm saying this is important is, ultimately, choices that we made based on the opportunities presenting to yourself, wherever you are. You have made certain decisions. You have gone to a certain university. You go there, certain things present themselves. You have to make your choices. If you keep whittling down the scope of operation, then you are putting yourself in a bind. Okay, you have to free yourself to the extent possible. If you're not the right kind, if analysis is not analytical or theoretical work is not your cup of tea, then you should be careful about that. But not narrow down to something that lists in the top 5 topics in the world and things like that. I mean, don't get carried away into those kinds of artificial boundaries. And we may not make the decision on day one. We may start doing our courses. As we do our courses, we look around. See, we don't even know what's there, right? We don't even know what are the fields available, who are the people available, who is the one who's likely appears to be more inclined to help me go through the process of what am I learning, who am I learning from, right? So you just observe. You observe the faculty, the research groups, and you make your decision. Here, if you think at that point in time that you are really interested in going through this industry research route and not so much an academic career, then try to look among these faculty, especially in the IITs, there's a lot of people do industry-oriented work, consulting and so on, projects. Try to find faculty who are more into that, right? Because the chance of learning about how to do that will be higher if you join such a group. If you're more interested in, everybody can help you to a great extent with an academic type of research. But if you really want to, if that's what charges you up, then there are faculty who are really full-time folk, 24/7 into that. Join such groups. Okay. Don't get carried away by these hot topics. It's too much. Okay. Because again, I said, there's no harm in going to a group which is working on a hot topic. But there's no harm in not going also. Right? Because that's not the be-all and end-all of everything. Because remember, those groups which are having these hot topics are likely to be overcrowded. So overcrowded means obviously time, attention, energy available to any individual is less. Okay. When I finished my PhD, I know one professor in another university came, he wanted me as a postdoc in his group. He said, I want you as a postdoc because I have 320 people in my group. I have no time to meet them. You will be my interface. I told him, I don't want you. I don't want to come there. Okay, he has a good use for me, but I don't have a good use for that group. Very hard. I mean, if you go to that group, all the reference letter, first job is guaranteed because anything from him, guaranteed. But that will only take you that far. After that, he'll wash his hands off. You are left in the same position which you were 4 years before. So you have to be careful. Okay. And of course, there'll always be faculty members in any institution, in any place, in a company who have essentially mentally retired, semi-retired. So they are plowing some old furrows, repeating what they're doing, slightly spicing differently. I think you should avoid. If by chance you have gone into those groups, it's okay. You can learn something from them also. You'll be amazed. But if you're making a choice, you can avoid such groups. Go for people who are looking at contemporary challenges, looking at difficult problems. Okay. And so on. Don't go by, in that group, I see everybody's publishing at 3 papers a year. Within second year, they publish 2 papers. These are all wrong metrics. Okay. If you, on the other hand, are gravitating, if you went to this place for a PhD, you are looking at academics and you're saying, wow, this is nice. I like being an academic. It looks like there are certain positives to it. academic freedom, as they call it, the ability to, in a way, continue being a child of education all your life, right? So fine. Then you have to invest. You offer yourself, because you're a teach also. One of the things is you're a teach. So you offer yourself as a TA. Don't just do it because it's one of the expected of you. You go to people and say, can I be your TA? Can I try to be a TA for many different courses, not to the same course because it's easy after you've done it once, right? I had one student who wanted to be academic. I made him a TA for some 7 different courses that I used to teach. Every course he will do the tutorials, he'll go handle it in class. So, now it's helping him so much. Okay. So I told him to do that. I said, don't come back to the same. You can always come back. If you want to sort of quote unquote focus in your research, you can become the TA for the same course you were a TA of last year. Work is easy, right? But don't do that. Go for this other course, right? Go for the 3rd course, go for the 4th course, because then you'll have to, because you have done the course, but there's a difference between how you approach it when you did it as a student and now how you approach it when you are as a TA, and later how you'll approach it when you have to teach it and anybody can ask you any question. Okay. So this is a important thing. The other thing is you have to attend seminars. Our universities now have so many seminars every day, not only in your own department, not only in your own group, in other departments. Look at the titles. If something sounds interesting, after all, you can't do research the whole day. Okay. So take a break, go there, have a cup of coffee, listen to something else. Look at how the same ideas, you'll be amazed how the same ideas are being used in all departments with different titles. I mean, many cases. Okay. Look at that and say, oh, this is doing the same thing. We are calling it diagonalization, he's calling it principal moments, he's calling it something else. Okay. And but the domain is difficult because people will talk jargon, but that also is a skill, how to latch on to what people are doing. Okay. It's also a skill. So attend these things, right? Take as many diverse courses as possible. The requirement may be only 4 courses or 5 courses, but this is a requirement for that paper. This is not the requirement for your life. If you find diverse courses in mathematics, in aerospace, whatever, but if it looks like there's some toolkit, some analytical method, some other thing which may be useful in general, do it. Right? Go do the course. If you have the ability to be disciplined, audit it. Because whether you are auditing it and learning or not, or taking it for credit and learning is a function of, you can do the same depending if you have the discipline. Okay, you go take the exam, it may not be credited, doesn't matter. Okay. Volunteer to give seminars in your group. Organize yourselves. Okay, let us each of us give a seminar every week, once in a month or once in 5-6 weeks, we'll give a seminar. Read somebody's really good paper, spend 1 week understanding it. Volunteer to give the seminar, allow others to ask questions so that what you haven't understood will come out. You learn how to speak, you learn how to communicate. Very important. Right? Now, some of these are useful even if you want to go to industry, but I'm saying particularly important if you want to go into an academic career. Okay. And look for opportunities. Nowadays, there are plenty of such opportunities to go and spend a semester or so in some collaborating universities, collaborating group outside your group, get out of the comfort zone. Okay. And do the same in some other group somewhere else. Okay. In some other university. Most of you will be, most institutions have these MOUs now. Use this. Okay. If industrial research attracts you, then what should you do? You can do those things. Yeah, one of the things I'll point out later is that nothing is ever wasted. But you're probably better off offering yourself as an RA to the guide. Right? So you have chosen hopefully a faculty member is doing this kind of industrial projects and so on. Instead of, because many of you are getting such a huge sum of money in PMRF that anything they can pay you cannot match. So this would not apply to you. But you can say, okay, don't have to pay me, but I will do it. Okay. But for other PhD scholars, get out of the scholarship, get into a project position. Main thing is you want that learning opportunity. Right? You want that learning opportunity. Okay. If you go even now, but much more even 30 years ago, if you go to our musicians, the students that they have, they will turn up in the morning at 8 o'clock. They'll go to the bank for the teacher. They will go do the accounts. They'll go vegetable buying, this, that. Why do they do this? Right? Why do they want? They want to hang around there the whole day. They want to learn everything. How to deal with the other musicians, what happens, right? And of course, you got to be useful to that machine has to run, that house has to run. You are eating there, you have to participate. Okay. I'm not saying should buy vegetables for your guide. What I'm saying is that attitude that I want to be a part of this project. I want to, right? I want to build this. I want to. So some of my students who went to industry, I encouraged them. I said, join my project, build these things. I know it will slow down your PhD. 6 months, 8 months, it'll take longer. How does it matter? Anyway, that's only a piece of paper that we are giving you on the way. Your learning period is longer, right? So start. It's very important. Okay. Read, because the problem about going for industrial work is that that less compared to the academic career, this is a little less well defined. It's not easy to learn what's involved. You have to read about industrial breakthroughs. A lot of stuff done in industry, they write it, they keep it under wraps, they write it in very general terms, they don't give out the crucial information, they hype it up because of marketing reasons. So you got to learn how to read and understand where some real important breakthroughs have been made. Okay, so you got to keep reading. Reading is not only in journals, you have to read in more, more lay press. You have to read and try to look for where the real breakthroughs are. Even magazines like MIT Technology Review, right, is not immune from hyping up something, especially if it's done in MIT. Okay, so you got to learn how to look for separate the wheat from the chaff, as I say. It's a very informal learning. And then the other side is the business side. See, when you're working with industrial research, it has to make money, it has to succeed. So there is a business side to it. Not every good idea will work commercially. And not everything that works commercially is necessarily the best idea that came. So the business side is very important. Many of us don't learn. How do you have to really read? You have to have some interest in the economics of the day. You have to read. You have to understand what GDP means. You have to understand simply in simple terms. India is 3.5 trillion today. It's going to become 8 trillion, 7 trillion to 8 trillion 8 years from now. What does it mean? What does it mean to you? What does it mean to an institution? What does it like IIT? What does it mean to an industry like the auto industry, or what does it mean to an industry like the telecom industry? What will it mean? Right? If you can't understand these things, the business aspects, it's not 1 day, 2 days. You have to keep reading. Slowly it will, right? So this process you must start. Can't read only journal papers and, you got to start reading Economic Times, start reading business journals, start reading those kinds of, nowadays you can on the net, and really try to get this picture together. It's a very, very amorphous process, but you have to do it. Okay. Of course, if you're in a group where your guide and has a lot of this already, you'll get the signals of how to go about this. Okay. Of course, again, we all make mistakes, right? So we all make wrong decisions. 3 years later, we feel, no, academics is not what I want, right? So fine. Accept on day one. In fact, this is true for everybody, not only those purchasing PhD. Accept that course correction is part of our life, right? Change is the only constant. In Tamil, we say "Matram ondre maradu." Okay, change is the only constant. So don't worry, don't fret about it. Yes, I made a mistake. I want to change. Yes, I've lost some time. So what? Okay. So make your course correction. Nothing is wasted. If you were strongly on the academic path and you became a TA and you took extra courses and now you want to go for industry, no problem. It doesn't mean you have wasted your time. See, our brains are very good at abstracting knowledge, right? You can see yourself doing it sometimes. You pick out something from something, you pick it somewhere else, you pick it up, but you apply it in a very different, right? Your brains are very good at that. So it'll always help you. Nothing is wasted. So I think, right? Don't count these years lost and amount lost and all that. This opportunity cost concept is economists have brought in is good. It's useful in some context, but don't overuse it. Okay. There is no big opportunity cost in doing course correction. Okay. Don't have to stick to something. Otherwise, oh, now I lose so much. You lose nothing. If you're sure, make your course correction. Okay. Drop academia, go to industry, or drop the industry approach, come back to academia, whatever. Right. Now, the most important thing is how do you know you're on the right track? Because this is a self-actualized learning process. It's a long duration. I told you it will take 8, 10, 12 years. It's about 25% of your active life, not counting your school years, not counting last part of your life where you're probably retired in some fashion, right? How do we know we are moving forward, upward, whichever way you want to look at it? So we have to periodically assess. We have to sit down and we have to think, what have I done in the last, sometimes a whole semester or 6 months or 8 months can fly by with and nothing much might have happened. You might have just been on cruise mode, okay, which is okay. Once in a while, you can take a break also, but you must recognize that I've taken a break. Okay. So you have to appraise yourself. You have to keep asking yourself, lying in bed sometimes and you can't sleep, you appraise yourself or do it formally, sitting in one place, thinking about it. Right? Am I going on this? Have I, compared to what I was 1 year ago or 6 months ago, have I really improved in some fashion? Do I really understand something a little better now? Right? Do I really understand a little better how a complex economy, or how in that complex economy, how the area of my interest, how does it fit in? What's the status in this part of the world, etc., etc. Or if I'm interested in deep understanding of a particular field, have I improved? Do I know things now that I didn't know? Not in terms of I now know one more method of solving a problem, not that way. Do I know about it? So that the main, remember, the thing is to figure out how to handle things you don't know, right? Am I moving in that direction? We will know. See, this you will be able to figure out. All this, today I learned that you have a very tough annual appraisal process. All that is good. Some of them may declare that you are at scale 5, on a scale of 1 to 5 or top or whatever. Good. Feel happy for half a day, 1 day, but don't just go by that. That is what they're able to make out by talking to you for 15 minutes. You know much better. Okay. So go by your own self-appraisal. All your awards, prizes are all good. Feel happy 1 day, buy a chocolate for yourself, but beyond that, ignore it. Go by your own self-appraisal. We don't need those metrics, right? We meaning you don't need those metrics. You know where you are, how you are progressing. Go by your own assessment. What about salary? I think salary is important. I'm not belittling it, but in the first 10, 12 years, when you're getting to that first destination in the path to Vidvat, don't emphasize salary. Give priority to whether you're learning, who are you learning from, right? After your PhD, give priority to the opportunity for postdoc, whether you're going to continue to on the steep learning process or whether they're going to be, just looking for you to be an extra hand. You're joining industry, are you joining a place which gives emphasis to growing you, learning, improving you? Is the boss that you're likely to work under, is he interested in growing you, improving your knowledge, improving what you are, or just extracting something out of you for that immediate? Everybody will need to extract from you. After all, they're paying you, you have to deliver. But is that the only goal, some quick fix, or are they looking? Is there an opportunity for you to grow? This is something you have to look at. The attitude of the guide, the attitude of the employer, all these are very important, right? If you make a mistake again, no problem, quit, go somewhere else. Never fret about wrong choices. So final slide, what guarantees success then, right? We all want to succeed, right? There's so many choices to make, so many folks on the road. Probability, we all know probability, right? If you multiply 2 probabilities, it only becomes smaller, isn't it? So more or less, can we say that it's a matter of luck that you succeed? Well, actually, if you know conditional probability, you know that that's not true, right? Conditional probability is if you given something, the probabilities change. So this whole issue is not of random events whose probabilities multiply and go to a small number. It is actually a lot of the choices you make are based on the concept of conditional probability. If those of you know some probability, I don't want to get into that, it'll take 20 minutes, but see, at the level of UG, PG courses, is there only questions? Why is this? Okay, sorry, I touched the. There are only questions with definite answers. And yes or no answers, everything is fair, but the real world is uncertainty, right? There are a lot of folks that you have to take, there are a lot of wrong choices you make, you have to retrace your path cheerfully, okay? And but every exploration leaves you with some learning, so don't worry about it. The real important thing is that focus on that, I want to become a Vidwan, right? That yearning to become a Vidwan, right? That is very important, because that's what will enable you to open your eyes to the opportunities that present themselves. The opportunities will not necessarily present themselves in absolutely black and white terms in the form of a letter saying you are yearning to be a Vidwan, here is the opportunity. It won't come like that. It may not even come in the form of a very famous professor or a very famous company or it may become somewhat disguised. How do you spot it? Many famous I keep coming back to music because all of us see those people. Many famous musicians don't come from a famous teacher. Some do, but not all. How did they spot? Because they were yearning for it. Their antennas are tuned. So that is a conditional probability. So they spot the opportunity and they grab it. It's not a random thing. What happens is they don't recognize that they did it, and they keep on thanking their stars that they found this great teacher who was given. They fall at his feet or her feet and they worship them all their life, because for them it appears that it's a literally a miracle. Okay, but it's not as much a miracle as it appears to be. It's because of that single-minded focus and that yearning. That desire must be authentic. It can't be, oh, if I be like this, it will work out. You have to really want to become a Vidwan. Then you will find the opportunity staring at you, you will grab them. It may come with salary, it may come without much of a salary, it may come in a great place, it may come in a startup, it may come in a not so well-known place, right? Doesn't matter. Okay, that's the important thing. So genuine yearning for the knowledge, for becoming a Vidwan, will guarantee success, because you will spot the opportunity. It's very unlikely that in an 8 or 10 year period, the opportunity won't present itself. That is a conditional probability. Yes, it may come a little later. Yes, you might have taken a wrong path and sidetracked. Somebody may take 12 years instead of 8. Somebody may take 10. But it's very unlikely that you go through such a long period and no opportunity presented itself. Very unlikely. That is the point. Okay, so it's a very simple, finally, the summary is this. If you really want to become a Vidwan, I mean, I don't see any other reason for doing a PhD. Otherwise, might as well start your learning process, informal learning process, after in a job, in a profession, after your bachelor's or master's. But if you really want to imbibe the art and science of spotting new problems, articulating them, setting up the framework, finding solutions, one of many solutions. There is no the solution, right? Because every solution we don't spell it out, but associated with it are assumptions, things, situations under which they work, situations under which they don't work, and so on. So spelling, if you want to get into that, you have to become a Vidwan to some extent. And if you want that very badly, then everything else will fall into place. Okay. What I've said is not very different from what you see in our traditional guru, a musician, spiritual teacher will tell the same thing to the student. I cannot do anything for you. You have to want it. Okay. Same thing they will tell. I had the opportunity to learn some music, not very seriously, but I heard these things from those teachers. Same things I've heard. Okay. They say the same thing. So it's not different. It applies to everything. So if you want it, you will find the opportunity. Okay. You will find the opportunity. So this is the only message that I have. This applies to everybody, including PMRF scholars. Don't worry about, don't take it too seriously that you are called a PMRF scholar. Don't take it too seriously that you are given 35,000 rupees a month. It's all fine, right? This is what you have to be focused on. This is true for a non-PMRF scholar also. And it's not only PMRF scholars who are going to succeed, right? Credentials will take you little extra door opening, little faster maybe. Ultimately, everybody can do it if they have the right approach. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Hello. Sir, very good afternoon. Myself, Devamallo Banerjee. I am one of the PMRF coordinators. So you were talking about the more of a traditional way of learning.
No. I am talking about I'm not saying the way of learning. There may be other ways, but way that works everything. It's there in our tradition also, because traditions latch on to things that seem to have some long time truth value. Okay.
True. And then, sir, at one point you mentioned that having publication within first 2 years probably is not that important. But then
I'm saying that's not the criteria,
That's not the criteria. So that means, but then for the PMRF fellows sitting here, they are always under immense pressure. Every review cycle they have been asked where is your publication?
Yeah.
That philosophy fits.
That is also fine. No. I think you see, this doesn't mean, again, I'm going to give you the answer from the tradition only, right? This teacher who tells the student it's an 8-year process will still ask him after 1.5 years to play all night in some program while he takes a nap. Okay, right? You have to start early. You can't say, oh, I'm learning, take 6 years. So this is okay. If they tell you to, I'm just saying that don't say, oh, I have published, so now I must be very good. Okay, I have done, now I'm right. You look at whether you become a Vidwan. They tell you to publish, you pursue that, you publish, that's okay. Right? Don't, I was quite careful in what I said. Okay, if you go listen carefully. Right? Okay. Just said, don't get fooled by all these external metrics. You will know when you become a Vidwan. That's all I said. Okay. That should be your ultimate aim. These things are all things you do on the way.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. This is Rashi from IIT Delhi, Material Science Department. I just want to ask you, what is, according to you, is success in PhD or in academic field?
I told now, success is you become a Vidwan. If you're doing a PhD, there's only reason for doing a PhD. Otherwise, why do a PhD? Right? It's a long process of one way of learning. Job is another way of learning. If you don't want to become a Vidwan in something, right? Don't do a PhD. That's all. I mean, if you do a PhD, you should want that.
You'll be becoming a master in your field. That's it.
Yeah. Becoming an expert, and becoming an expert is not knowing everything. It's knowing how to handle things you don't know.
Yes, sir.
That's the other point you have to know. Right? Anybody who gives a quick, I know it answer to every question, you have to be very suspicious. Okay.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, actually, you were talking about the academic and industrial research. So what is the difference in expectations when you are a researcher in industry or academics?
So the expectation in industry is very clear. Whatever research you do has to ultimately lead to increased business. Increased business. Success in the market. Money. Okay.
But in academics also, we are
No.
for
I'll come to
projects
it.
and all.
In academics, the primary output is you have to train the next generation of people. Okay. Now you have to understand that a professor can play multiple roles, right? Because it's not. There are people who join academia who can actually do a fair amount of industry type of research in academia. Okay. And the nice thing about academia is that we don't really put boundaries. So as long as you do your teaching and produce by the end of your career a certain reasonable number of next generation Vidwans, you can do that also. If you want to do only this, we accept that also, provided you do more of this. Right? So we don't tell a faculty member in the highest institutions, we don't tell them do this, so much of this, so much of that, we don't tell them. We tell them, okay, you have to do your teaching, you have to do your guiding, you have to produce some 7-8 people, at least some 2-3 people you must replace. Instead of you, the next generation must be there in some institutions. Okay. Beyond that, you want to double that number or triple that number and do only that, or you want to do half your time, you want to do industry-oriented work, or some of you may become really good at dealing with students. You are spending time in the student sector, right? That mix we allow people to define in academia. Okay. So academic is, whereas in industry, you can't say I'm also going to train people to become next generation. That's not your job. You have to produce products, processes that make money.
Then academic gives a wider variety of freedom. So
academic freedom does allow you to have a mix. But in academia, you have to do a certain minimum amount of teaching and guiding. You have to, minimum. Beyond that, you can do more of it, less, and you can do other things or more of it. In industry, you have to do. They are not interested whether you produce the next generation Vidwans. They want output. Okay.
Hello, sir.
It's sort of the, you don't, if you want again, go back to our traditional music area. Many musicians are also are like academics. They teach, they also perform. But you also have some musicians who are only good teachers. And you do have musicians who are only performers. That's your, okay.
Hello, sir. Good morning to all. I'm a subject coordinator myself, and I would like to first of all compliment Professor Ramamurthy for a very interesting topic that he's broached upon. Well, probably all the PMRF candidates are already hooked onto the supervisors. They have no choice But I would request, Professor, if this sort of lecture or something, is brought on to some other forum wherein the candidate is getting ready to do a selection of his supervisor, I think this presentation would be of immense help, because it broaches on many issues.
Is it recorded?
People there.
Then you put it, because otherwise I hesitate. I don't think I know anything. I really hesitate to preach like this. In fact, I told him, why are you asking me to come? If you tell me to give a talk on 5G, I can do a clean job. Okay.
No,
this is all
I think
some.
You're being very humble about it.
So,
I myself
no,
feel,
I'm not so sure of myself. Not being humble,
but there are certain salient points, which really work, and what I also feel that many times when we look at a supervisor, our past experience with our MTech supervisor also plays a very major role, because we have already had a certain amount of comfort zone with him. And so we try to look at the research and try to evolve ourselves so he becomes a role model for us. So I must compliment you for broaching on this topic, but I would request the PMRF team also to put it up prior to the applications being called, so that at least the students, they know how to go about with this task, which is a very crucial one. Thank you, sir.
So if it's recorded, I have no objection. But if you ask me to record, again, I'll become hesitant, because I feel there may be other views.
Hello, sir.
Anyway, after everything, all I've said and done, if it does something which I said doesn't appeal to you, drop it. Okay.
Hello, sir. This is Chetan from IISc Bangalore.
Yeah.
So firstly, thank you for giving a great summary of all the things which are related to the research and future life of ours. My question to you is like, what is your opinion on the student and research supervisor relationship, and how to, like, can you suggest or how to cope up with the kind of stress or thing which we undergo in associated with that relationship with the research supervisor? Because I think many of us here will be facing that issue to cope up with that stress which is associated with interacting or associated with their faculty supervisor. So can you throw some light on that?
I mean, the PhD guide student relationship is the closest to what in our tradition we call the Guru Shishya relationship. Okay, it's one-to-one learning process, teaching process. We must be aware, both guide and student must be aware that people come in different shapes and sizes. And there are so many things to take care of. We discussed about choosing area, whether you want to think you want to become an academic or industry. You try to choose a guide who's more interested in academics or more interested in, you do all those things. If you also then say find a guide who's also very loving, there are too many conditions. So you have to give. You take the most important criteria, you make your choice of the guide, and the guide makes a choice of the student. Then after that, both have to learn to adjust to the other constraints or realities of that particular pair. So there may be a guide who's very, very good, very professional, does the right job towards the student, but not very warm. That may be the nature of the person. Maybe there are problems in that person's life. We don't know anything, right? But fine, it is working. What you went for is working. But there may be another guide who's also very warm, actually almost like a parent to you. There may be a student who is also very professional, or there may be a student who actually almost, identifies like a child, one of your children. Okay, all these happen. Right? When my music teacher's wife underwent an operation and it didn't work out well and she was serious, the name that was coming in her half semi-conscious state was a student's name, not her son's name, who used to be at home all the time. That was the relationship. Okay. Now, it can happen. On some other case, it may be very friendly, but professional. You have to accept all those things because you can't plan for everything working out. No. So, all of these are possible. And it's very good if some of those extra feature dimensions come in, but if it doesn't come in also, it's okay. It could be the student who wants to keep it at somewhat arm's length. It could be the professor. It could be both. It could be either. But ideally, if everything works out, you'll get the knowledge, you'll get the hand-holding for the vidvat, you will get warmth, you'll give warmth, you'll have a lifelong relationship, right? All of this can happen.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. I have one last question.
Go ahead. I'll answer on the
So in your slides, you mentioned that even if a scholar doesn't get paid for 6 months, even if a scholar doesn't get paid for 6 months, and he is acquiring knowledge, it is better. So what's your view on that? Like how
I didn't say exactly what you said.
how
I
a
said-
scholar will survive?
I didn't say exactly what you said. I said, don't make money that this is a deciding factor.
Okay.
I'm assuming you have enough money to manage, right? In that case,
But that assumption could be wrong. No,
could
sir?
be wrong. Then of course it matters. I'm just
Yes.
saying, no. So I didn't say, don't eat, don't. I didn't say that. What I said is, if your aim is mainly what you're learning, assuming that things are working out, don't say, oh, I'm getting 50,000 extra there, so I'll go there, though I'm not going to learn as much. That's all I meant. I think I was very clear.
But sir, in India, a country like India, for one position, if there are 200 competitions, then what will you expect from there? Like
No, I don't know what you mean. I think
there is fit for survival. The situation is like you have to where you'll perish.
that is fine. You do that, you publish, I'm just pointing out to you that, see, these constraints, it's not India alone. These constraints under which, by the way, all human endeavor is maximization of desired output under constraints. Okay. Tomorrow when you run a family, you'll notice the same thing as far as running a family is concerned. You want to raise a good family, what do you do? It will be constraints, right? So I think this is not new. I'm not belittling those constraints. You all have to, everybody has to, individual has to make up their mind. If certain amount of money is required to run the show both here and at home, whatever, and then you make your compromises, your pursuit of Vidut won't be affected. You will make your compromises clearly. The point really is when you get, because of immaturity, you give value to some extra money and not worry about what you're getting in the long-term goal there. That's the only point I made.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening talk. We have all really learned a lot and we have a lot to think about. This was a very special talk for all of us. So now I invite Professor Shanti Pavan to present a memento to Professor Bhaskaram.
Thank you.
I now request everyone to proceed to the highlighted poster session, which is behind you. These highlighted posters have been selected by the national panel from among the commendable fellows. So I would request you to have a look at those. Thank you.
Change to this video. He needs to do.
Okay, Professor Jain's office, can you hear us?
I can hear you and I can see you.
You're muted, I think, sir.
No, I'm okay. I'm not muted. Can you not hear me?
Oh, I think, yeah.
Are you able to hear me?
Hello?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, it will come up, sir. I just want to give an information. We're starting in another 2 minutes. People are just joining back after lunch. In another 2 minutes, we'll start.
Please take your time, but are you able to hear me? आवाज आ रहा है मेरा?
I am not able to hear what he says.
Is my voice clear? Is my voice clear?
Yeah. Your voice is clear, sir. Now your voice. Okay. Okay, looking forward to your talks.
மாத்துன சரி இது வந்து இதுலதானே இருக்கும் இது நம்மளோட மைக் வந்து நம்மளோட
Welcome back. We will now begin the first session. The panelists for the session are Professor S.K. Ghosh, Professor Deepak Kumar, Professor Sushil Mishra, Professor Pallab Sinha Mahapatra. I request the panelists to come on the stage. The panelists belong to Broad Area 1 and Broad Area 2. Broad Area 1 includes civil engineering, architecture, ocean and naval engineering. And Broad Area 2 includes mechanical engineering, aerospace engineering, and design. I would like to invite Professor S.K. Ghosh to introduce the first invited speaker of the session, Professor Sudhir Jain, Vice Chancellor, Banaras Hindu University, online. Over to you, sir. Already joined.
Not wait for him. He's online. Okay, fine. Good afternoon, everyone. We are now starting the session one of this particular conference, and the first speaker happens to be a very illustrious person in the area of civil engineering and has laid down a hallmark in administration. And it is indeed a pleasure for me to introduce to you Professor Sudhir Jain, Vice Chancellor, Banaras Hindu University. Sir Sudhir Jain received his bachelor's degree from IIT Roorkee in the year 1979. His master's and doctor's degree from California Institute of Technology, Pasadena, in 1980 and 1983, respectively. He has been professor and head of civil engineering at IIT Kanpur, where he also served as Dean for Resources, Planning and Generation. Thereafter, he moved over to build IIT Gandhinagar and successfully served 3 terms as the director of Gandhinagar. And during that period, he brought this institute to a very commanding position within the IIT system itself. He is presently working as the Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University. Professor Jain has carried out intensive research in the area of seismic design codes, dynamic buildings, and post-earthquake studies. He's an elected fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering and is a selected member of the US National Academy of Engineering for his leadership in earthquake engineering and in developing countries. He has been awarded with the prestigious Padma Shri Award by the Government of India in 2021 for his distinguished services in the field of science and technology. Professor Jain would be now delivering one of the plenary talks in this particular session. I request Professor Jain to kindly start his talk. Thank you.
Professor Ghosh, how much time do you want me to take? Hello? Are you able to hear me? Professor Ghosh, are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me? Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? How much time do you want me to take? How much time do you want me to speak? I can't hear you.
15.
15 minutes. Got it.
Yes, sir.
Good. And could I leave after that? Because I have, some other meetings. So just tell me what is expected of me. I'm sorry, I should have done this earlier.
Yes, sir. You can leave after that. After the talk, you can leave.
All right.
Okay,
So
sir.
thank you for this opportunity. Dear students, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, delighted to have this opportunity to share some thoughts with you. I'm happy to be addressing these students who are Prime Minister's Research Fellowship awardees. And obviously, this is a very, very special cohort of students who are studying in best institutions in the country, who are top in their own subjects, and they have been selected through a very careful selection process. What that means is that I hope and wish that they would also have very high aspirations. They cannot be having the same aspirations as the average PhD student that India has. So before we go to what I expect from a PhD student, let me very quickly go through what my thoughts are about education. To me, education is not about courses, books, examinations, grades, or information. It is about preparing young people for life. It is about preparing them to meet the aspirations that they should develop at a young age. They should have the motivation to meet those aspirations. They should have the skill sets, the competence to be able to meet those aspirations. And for that to happen, the students have to be treated with a mindset that they are not children, that they are adults. Unfortunately, in Indian academia, we tend to micromanage the students. We need to over-prescribe what needs to be done, how it is to be done. Instead, we should let the students be, let them make mistakes, let them try things, and they should, of course, remain responsible for the consequences. What that means is that they don't study, they don't pass, they fail. That's it. To me, the grades or the degrees that you get are really not the real story about what will make you successful in life. To me, more important is what are your values, what are your attitudes, and what are the other life skills that you have. To me, they get even higher weightage in evaluating your success in life than the subject that you are learning. And all of those could not be learned by teaching you courses. You cannot teach a course on ethics and expect that the students will become ethical. You cannot teach students a course on attitude and expect that they will have a positive attitude in life. You cannot teach them a course on life skills and expect that they will now be good negotiators, they will be able to manage their time well, they will be able to manage their health well, and so on and so forth. I believe that that is a huge responsibility on us, the teachers, the university administrators, to see that we create an enabling environment for our students to be able to do well in life. The consequences of what I'm talking about to you, I can give you one very, very simple example. As Professor Ghosh mentioned, I was the director at IIT Gandhinagar, where in 2009, when I joined there, I said, I will treat undergraduate students, postgraduate students as adults. I advise the faculty to not tell the students why they are not coming to the class. I advise the faculty to not tell the students why they are not submitting the assignments. I advise the faculty not tell the students and embarrass them and say why their grades are not coming back. And I said, let them be responsible for whatever they do. So whatever I have said in last 3-4 minutes, we actually practiced it at IIT Gandhinagar. And I will just give one example of the consequence of that kind of a enabling environment, that in 2020, when the entire country closed down its universities and hostels for the students, universities were asking the students to vacate the hostels, go to their home, and many students were resisting to go home because they were having difficulties in reaching their homes, or their homes were not well connected, or they were not in good condition. IIT Gandhinagar was one rare institution where the students actually stayed in the hostel. We never closed our hostels. Even at the peak of the first wave and the second wave, almost 35 to 40% of the students were staying in the hostels in IIT Gandhinagar. And that was possible because of the way the students were groomed to be responsible, the students were prepared to be taking responsibility. So that's about the education. Now, I come back to what is PhD? Why are you doing PhD? To me, that is a question that a young person should carefully introspect about. Unfortunately, again, many of us tend to do PhD because that appears to be a done thing, that others are doing it, so we will do it. Or finding a job and working in a big city has a lot of hassles. Staying in a hostel and doing PhD seems to be a relatively softer option. I would say that if you are doing a PhD, it's a huge investment of your time, it's a huge investment of your 4 or 5 or 6 years of your life, and therefore there has to be a very serious reason why you are doing PhD. You must have a clarity about what you expect to do after your PhD. As Professor Ghosh mentioned, I was very fortunate to go to 2 of the finest colleges. I went to Roorkee for doing my undergraduate studies, which treated me as adults, which never told me how to behave myself and allowed me to make mistakes. And after that, to do my master's and PhD, I went to United States, where I studied at Caltech, where they again treated me as adults, gave me a lot of freedom, a lot of flexibility, and allowed me to do whatever I wanted. Recently, Caltech gave me a Distinguished Alumnus Award, and when I went to Caltech to receive that award, I was interviewed and I was asked this question: what do you remember about Caltech? What is it that you think was most valuable that Caltech gave to you? And my answer was that the civil engineering that they taught me, the research that I did at Caltech, I could have done at many places. I would have perhaps been reasonably okay with academic subject, with thesis, with research at many universities. But what Caltech gave me was something that most universities would not easily give. One was the confidence to find problems and to find solutions. For example, my professor never gave me a research problem to work on. He told me that here is the library, go to the library, find an interesting problem in earthquake engineering, and as long as it is earthquake engineering, we are fine with it. And next 6 months, every day I would go to the library, sit there for 7 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, and read journals, read research reports, look at PhD students' thesis of the past, and try to imagine what is an interesting problem that I could solve. So the training to find an interesting problem, I think, was the most important thing that most PhD programs don't provide to the students, because typically the supervisor takes the responsibility to tell what problem they are going to solve. And similarly, my supervisor did not sit with me and said, all right, this problem you have found, now let's solve it this way. No, he let me solve the problem myself. And that to me was the finest training that Caltech would have given me, to find my own problem and to find my own solution. The second thing that I said that was very important that Caltech taught me was the values and attitudes, the sense of security, sense of confidence, that it is okay to do what you believe in. You don't have to chase anything. You don't have to worry about your promotion. You don't have to worry about when you will become full professor. You don't have to worry about any awards, any honors, any fellowships. And as a result of that, I could work in very unconventional ways during my academic years at IIT Kanpur, where I would do some research, but most of the time my passion was about making India safe against earthquakes. And for that, I needed to do many, many unconventional activities that most academics would find is a waste of time in some sense. What will my suggestion to the students who are gathered here today is come out of your comfort zone, come out of the comfortable environment in which you are in. If you are a student of civil engineering, learn something beyond civil engineering. Don't stay in the comfort of just learning civil engineering. Gain diverse experiences. Don't only do things that everybody else is doing, something different. Prepare yourself for the long term. Prepare yourself not for the first job, prepare yourself for the last job. I'll give an example of this. When I was in high school, after I finished my high school, I was able to have 2 months of summer vacation, and I could go to a typing school and I learned typing. And the result was that over the years, I practiced more typing. And today, I find that I'm able to type much, much faster my notes, or if there is a meeting, I can take very detailed notes on computer by doing 8-finger typing. Now, these are very small things. Somebody would say, what is the big deal about typing? But every small thing that you learn, every small skill set that you get, it comes back to you and values you. When I was at Caltech, one of the things that they required was that in order for me to get my master's degree, 20% of my courses have to be outside civil engineering. Which means, 20% of my courses have to be in humanities and social science. And since my English was very weak, I could not have taken courses in philosophy or psychology. I took a course on business economics, and in the process, I learned double entry accounting system. And later, when I became the director at IIT Gandhinagar and now vice chancellor at BHU, I'm finding that I'm able to read the financial statements, I'm able to read the money situation much, much better than I would have if I had not been fortunate enough to learn those things. And that has helped me in my job as a director at IIT Gandhinagar or as a vice chancellor at Banaras University. What I'm trying to say, my friends, here is that any skill that you can acquire, any new thing that you can learn is going to be value to you. For example, in today's time, the emphasis has shifted from writing, from literature, and from those kind of courses. A lot of our young people are being groomed into physics, chemistry, and math so that they can go through a competitive exam. Now, if you could acquire good writing skills, to my mind, that would be a very valuable addition to you. Similarly, the IT skills, if you are good in information technology related stuff, that would be a lot of value. To my mind, India has done extremely well in education, but India needs to do much, much better. As a professor of IIT system, all my career, I used to take pride that our students from IIT system are professors at major, most eminent academic institutions in the world, whether it is MIT, whether it is Harvard, whether it is Stanford. But the fact remains that most of those students were our undergraduates who went out to do PhD, and after PhD they became professors at MIT and Stanford and Harvard. India would be really considered a very high quality academic ecosystem when our PhDs will start to occupy those high chairs. When PhD students coming out of Indian institutions, IITs and universities, they will start to become professors at MIT and Harvard and Stanford, in addition to, of course, becoming professors in India. To my mind, if you were to evaluate a university's research credentials, for example, we have this NIRF ranking and other rankings, I would say one very simple criteria would be, how well are your PhD students being placed? What are they doing after they graduate? Is 10% of PhD community out of your college able to get high quality academic jobs in India, let us say in IITs or IISERs and things like that. I hope that PMRF, which provides an extraordinary opportunity to you, it is not just about some extra money that you are getting, but it is a recognition, it is an encouragement, it is an opportunity. I hope that you will take good use of that, make good use of that opportunity, and you would prepare yourselves to be top in your subject, whether you want to be an academic, whether you want to be a researcher in a research laboratory, whether you want to work for a R&D, or you could be in business. It does not matter what you want to do, but whatever you do, you will be on top. Finally, I would say during the years as a PhD student, get engaged, get involved. If there are problems, be part of the solution. Don't be part of the problem. Don't complain and complain and complain and say, oh, food is bad, or the toilets are dirty, or this or that. If food is bad, sit down and find a solution, how food can be better. If toilets are dirty, sit down with your colleagues, with your wardens, and say, how can we make sure that our hostel toilets are better? And same thing is about laboratories, about research, about any other system. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be with you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful talk. I request Professor S.K. Ghosh to conduct question and answer session.
Thank you. Well, PMRF scholars, I would now request you, if you have anything to ask Professor Jain or seek advice, kindly come forward. Anything that you would like to know from him, from his vast experience, both as an academician and as an administrator? There are many things, we can learn from him. And this is a golden opportunity for us to hear directly from him. Yes, please. Well, if you have no questions for Professor Jain, or maybe his stature is so awesome that we feel that what should we ask from him? Thank you, sir, for your advice that you have shared amongst the PMRF scholars.
Hello, sir.
Okay, there's somebody coming up with a question.
Sir, this is not a question, just thankfulness, because I am a BHU scholar. I did my master from there only, and then I came here in IIT Madras for my research, and now I am a PMRF scholar here. I am very grateful just to share my gratefulness. Thank you, sir.
So we have one scholar, who expresses her appreciation for the educational background that she received from BHU, which brought her up for a PhD program here, and now she is a PMRF. So I think that's very nice of her to express her appreciation for her alma mater. So if there are no questions, I would now, on behalf of the PMRF consortium, I would like to express my thanks to Professor Sudhir Jain for having spared his valuable time and shared his opinion, his experience and advice which is there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Thank you, everyone.
I request Professor S.K. Ghosh to present the memento to Professor Sudhir Jain. We'll make sure, sir, it gets to your office as soon as possible. Moving forward to the next invited talk in the session, I call upon the stage Professor Sushil Mishra to introduce the second invited speaker of the session, Professor R. Krishna Kumar from IIT Madras. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. So hope you are enjoying after lunch session. So it was enlightened to have the first speaker from BHU. Second speaker is from our own IIT Madras. Though I am from IIT Bombay, but I did my master here, so I can claim that it's my institute also. So let me introduce Professor R. Krishna Kumar from IIT Madras. He is professor here. The Professor Krishna Kumar received B in Mechanical Engineering from University of Madras, master degree from ISC, and PhD from IIT Madras. He is institute professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. His research expertise have a wide range of disciplines ranging from automotive engineering to biomedical design. He has made significant contribution in the tire mechanics, vehicle dynamics, and biomedical product design. He has been leading in Raghupati Singhania Center of Excellence in Tire Mechanics and Vehicle Dynamics for over 2 decades, which has been a shining example of active industry academia collaboration. He is fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineers. His YouTube lectures on vehicle dynamics and finite element analysis are very popular among students. So let's welcome Professor Krishna Kumar and hear his thought about the PMRF program, what we are running successfully. Thank you.
This is a small announcement while we are getting ready for the next speaker. So I hope all the posters for broad area 2, broad area chemical engineering and, civil engineering and mechanical engineering are already put up. The panelists will go around the posters and there's going to be a best poster award. The panelists will decide who that is going to be, just as a token of appreciation. And these awards will be announced tomorrow during the concluding session. Okay, so as soon as the invited talks are over, the panelists would be coming to your broad area. Please, all of you use this opportunity to discuss, get feedback, and also discuss with each other about your work. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Sorry for that short delay. I didn't know that Apple is not so very popular. Apple is very popular. But anyway, thanks to Professor Deepa for sorting it out. And let me thank Professor Deepa and Professor Shanti for giving me an opportunity to meet you guys. I'm very delighted to be here. It's an honor to me to give this talk. In fact, when Professor Shanti asked me this question, can you give a talk? I said, yes. What's your topic? I didn't even know, I didn't even think. Just said, exciting research is always impactful. And I thought, hey, wait a minute, I didn't even know what to talk. I just blabbered something. Now I have to make up. It's foolish on me to go and tell Shanti, see, no, now I've thought about it. Maybe some other topic. Okay, fine. That's the topic. Let me just put down my thoughts. So I've just put on my thoughts. And I'm going to give some examples from my students' work. So if at all you think I'm boasting, I'm boasting about my students. So one or two personal experience, the rest of it, just to give you examples. That's all. See, I can take examples from internet, but then I want to be very personal with you. So I thought that it would be nice to talk about my own research. And that's the reason why I took some examples from my research. Yeah, what's exciting research? When do you get excited? When the research is challenging, you know already the answer, and you're going to do the next experiment and plot X versus Y, and then get to an equation and tell your guide, oh, that's not challenging. Challenging is one where you do not know the answer. And then you start living with your research. This is the only personal example I'm going to give. So I was working on what is called dynamic fracture during my PhD. And actually I was, looking at temperatures ahead of a fast moving crack. Numerical example or numerical work. And so much of oscillation ahead of the crack tip. I just didn't know, 1 month, 1.5 months, I just didn't know how to get this around. Frustrated, I went to the library and I was sitting there. It was a very nice library we used to have, and now also it's good. I mean, I shouldn't say. And with wind flowing around and with nice fans like this, And then there's fluttering. There was one journal on the table in which I was like totally frustrated sitting there. There was one journal that was there, Computational Methods in Science and Engineering, and that was fluttering. I got a bit irritated. Already I was irritated. I was depressed. I was irritated. So I looked at that. So everything for me looks like that oscillation because that's the result I was getting. So I looked at that paper and there was one graph like that. What the hell? I want to relax for some time. I looked at this paper. There also there's oscillation. But then I looked at that paper and looked at the author. Author, very famous guy from Stanford. Tim Hughes, my demigod. Oh, wow. Let me look at this. So the paper was on convection diffusion, not connected with mine. But nevertheless, because of Tim Hughes, I looked at the paper closely. Then suddenly it struck me that he was looking at convection diffusion problem. And I am looking at a source, which is the crack tip, which is the source of heat. And it's a dynamic fracture, so the crack is growing. In other words, you can imagine that the crack is stationary and all the material is flowing. It's a convection diffusion problem. So what has he done? Very famous equation or very famous algorithm in those days. Streamline upwinding Petrov Galerkin. I don't know how many of you work in this area. Streamline upwinding Petrov Galerkin. Wow, can I use it? You won't believe. 3-line change in code. I sat down evening, I had promised I was married at the time. I had a kid and I told her, wait, I'm not going to be home till 11. That 3-line code I did, got the result, and almost my 50% of my PhD was over. So challenge means you live with. It's something very exciting. Okay. It is an intellectual pursuit. And that joy I can't explain. You have to experience it. And that's all about research. Later you publish paper, you say impact factor, you say this, that, all of them will come. But that 1 minute, satisfaction is what is challenging. Research that makes a difference. I have a lot of examples, kids who come to me running. There's a girl who came to me, and we have in our department a process by which the students select a guide. They come and talk to everybody. This girl came to me, and I was the first she was meeting. So what's the project you have? She said. I said, fetal ultrasound. She said, I'm taking it. So I asked this girl, what, you don't want to meet others? Fetal ultrasound. I'm a woman. I want to take it. It will make a difference to women. I was stunned with her. Now she's a faculty member at IIT Delhi. So people are excited with what makes difference to others. And I'm sure all of you young men and women are going to have that. Competitive research, racing against time, adrenaline rush. I want to do this. What the hell? I can beat this guy in Stanford. Competitive research. That's what excites you. This problem has not been solved. I will do it. Research that is applicable. Research that can be converted into a product. Forget about this IP. That's all for old men, not for us. Okay, that's all Shanti. Looking at IP rights, this, that. Okay, research that's applicable. That's very important. Research that opens doors to more research. I'm going to open doors for the complete area of research. I'm going to now look at completely different battery technology. It's never been thought about. I'm going to open doors, okay, for a vehicle which doesn't exist. The problem with most of us is that we have a comfort zone. Happy, do this, do this, do this, get a PhD, okay, and get a job. No. Research that opens doors. Research process itself is delightful. You should think that today morning, I have to go to the lab. I have to get this research. Research is incremental, and you're excited with every day. You go to the lab, yeah, I've got something very new, or I haven't got it. Let me see how I can do it. So the process of getting research, that itself is delightful. Research that results in rich experience. You learn something new, experimental, theoretical, whatever it is. Research that shows new solutions, completely different from what it exists. Now, what is impactful research? Demonstrable contribution to the society, economy, resulting in a policy change, okay, process change, and so on. Research that solves long-term problems. Hey, this problem has existed for 100 years. That's impactful research. The creation of a new process, a product, service, research that improves understanding and awareness. Very important, especially in the health sector. This is very, very important. That makes, again, a difference. You can see this connection. That's what I'm going to do now. Research that paves the way for new areas, which is exciting research, as well as impactful research. research that induces others to take up research. This happened to me. I worked in the industry for 6 years. My brother came back and explained his research at Caltech. I resigned a good job. I was a mad guy. I resigned a good job. Suddenly came and met a professor at IIT. I'm from the Institute of Science. He said, I have a position for you. Can you join? 50% salary. Fine, I will join. I was so scared after I took the decision, after I resigned. By that time, I'd married. I had a kid. But I was so excited with that. And, and his research was impactful because he said, do this. So research that develops good researchers is very impactful research. So you can actually see from whatever I'm saying, you can see that there is a connection between the two. So exciting research is always impactful because you can see one-to-one connection between them. I don't want to explain how this connection is. You're all smart guys. So you will see the connection. The connections is obvious. Let me take some examples from my students' work and tell you what I mean by these things. Completely my students' work. So with which I'm very excited. When I walked in, Shanti said that, here comes the young man. Okay. It's my students who keep me young. Okay. And that's also because of this research. So impactful research is one, even if you grow old, keeps you still young. So we had looked at what is called as a left ventricular assist devices. We produced a left ventricular assist device. I'm going to give a couple of examples from biomechanics and or biomedical engineering. We're in the process of establishing a medical school, and so I thought it would be nice to look at some examples from here. So there's what is called as left ventricular assist device for people who are unfortunate, whose left ventricle is not doing its job. There is what is called as a left ventricular assist devices. So I had a brilliant student who was working on it. We were modeling it. I've been working for 20 years with a cardiac surgeon, and we've been looking at various stuff. I'm going to take a couple of examples from that work. So we were working with left ventricular assist devices. So that's the left ventricular assist device. You can see that that's the device. And so the blood is now taken from the left ventricle and then pumped to a graft into the aorta. So it's, in other words, it's connected to the aorta. So one day, morning, 8 o'clock, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock. I'm usually at the gym from 8 to 9 on Saturday morning. I received a call from Dr. Balakrishnan, with whom I work. 7 missed calls from 8 to 9. I thought something wrong. What? 7 missed calls from the doctor, probably the biggest guy in this country. More than 500 heart transplants, huge guy. Okay, why is he calling me 8 times? So I called him, immediately picked up the phone. He said, you saved a kid. I said, what happened? What you showed me that day made change, and the kid was saved. I said, not me, my student. So let's look at what the student did. It's very interesting. The student, Sindur Bhatt, okay, he had modeled the complete arterial system, the aorta, as well as the aortic valve. We had done some work, I'll show you that. We had done some work previously in aortic valve regurgitation. And this kid, what he did was, hey, if I now put this LVAD and then have regurgitation in aortic valve, what will happen? Because usually the aortic valve is closed when you have this LVAD. So all of you know simple physiology. The left ventricle, from the left ventricle, blood flows to good blood flows to all over your body. And so this guy thought, okay, why not I put a regurgitation? Regurgitation means that there is leaky aortic valve. So that means that the valve from, you can see it, the blood goes back to the left ventricle. So in other words, when the blood is pumped, it goes back. Instead of going to the rest of the part of the body, it goes back to the left ventricle. So this guy did this. and just made a small opening, which means that only 1% of the blood was flowing. He came and told me, sir, when there is a regurgitation, then the blood flow to the brain through what is called as a brachiocephalic artery. There are 3 major vessels, as they call. So that drops. So usually with Balakrishnan, I have 2 times a week. Even now, my students are sitting there. They know that he visits our lab very often. So I told him, he said that, what? I don't know this connection. How can 1% flow back into the left ventricle results in 20 to 25% difference in blood flow to the brain? He said, I don't believe it. Then I told him, I also didn't know why it's happening, but I had belief in the student, very smart guy. Today he's got a much better thing than, because there's no big companies for LVADs, he's designing Mercedes-Benz. So I said, see, this is what I've got. In Tamil, I don't want to repeat it. He said some very interesting statement. So I said, let's have a look at it. But Bala, the scientist he is, next time he was operating on a kid, had asked his anesthetist to look at the blood flow to the brain. The anesthetist was seriously following. At one point of time, he told Bala that there's a drop in blood flow. Bala looked at aortic valve immediately, saw regurgitation. Plugged the regurgitation, blood flow to the brain immediately increased. So that's this completely, you use fiberglass. He said, I'm going to come to your lab at 10 o'clock, be there. So he got to my lab, we looked at why this is happening. The student was already very excited. What happened was very interesting. So this left side, what you see is the regular flow. Okay, that's the graph which you saw, and blood is flowing through this. And there is a column of blood below, which was actually holding this jet. When there was regurgitation, so you can see that the blood is flowing to all the major arteries, brachiocephalic, okay, and other arteries. So once there was a leak, you can see that whole jet deflected. The column of blood which was holding that, the jet dropped. You can see that it dropped, with the result that blood was not flowing to the brachiocephaly. He had done a lot of mathematics, it's all fine, but that one result was enough, more than enough for the kid to get the degree. So it's very important that, so how did he do it? So he had studied something, he looked at something else, and said, why not I try this out? Okay, and it changed the whole procedure, which was amazing. And today, this is a part of the protocol for cardiac surgery. This happens even I'll tell my student that there were claps. So there was a change. In fact, based on this, there's an Australian company today designing LVADs will be in market in India. I said we are not. I'm against IP. Sorry, Shanti, for the statement. I'm against IP. I'm against patents from IITs. So we said we're not going to patent all this nonsense. So we want science. We want to publish science. And this was taken up by Australian company. Now it's a product. So that's an exciting research that makes a difference, research that's applicable, anything you want, you can say. One of our early work was done by a researcher who's a big guy in the United States today on aortic valves. So that is the aortic valve, which it's a fluid structure interaction problem. It's a nonlinear problem, blah, 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 blah. That's all not important. This we have published long ago, 15, 20 years ago. And aortic valve is supposed to be a one-way valve. So when the left ventricular pressure, many of you mechanical engineers will understand that when the left ventricular pressure is higher, so go back to this, So when the left ventricular pressure is here is higher, okay, than the aorta, the valve opens and flows. So this is understood like left ventricular pressure has to be higher. So one way valve, everyone understood it. But the student who came up and told us that, look, the valve starts opening even before there is a pressure reversal. Hey, made a mistake, man. How can that happen? There has to be a reversal of pressure, or this is not going to open. The guy stood his ground. No, sir, it's happening. Then I sat down, Bala again, Dr. Balakrishnan. Both of us sat down to understand it. The kid had figured it out already. So what he said, what he did was to show that this is what is called as the aortic root. So the aortic root expands due to pressure from the left ventricle. And he said that when the aortic root expands, then the friction between the valves now reduce. So the friction reduces, okay, it starts already opening. So in other words, that expansion starts opening the valve. So the root, the elasticity of the root is very important for the valve to open. 1% of people have stenotic valves, which means that 1% of the people need some sort of replacement as they grow old. So that was very exciting result. But how do we do experiments? We don't know. Fortunately for us, a Japanese group almost at the same time showed that valves start actually to open. They didn't give an explanation. So we published this in Annals of Thoracic Surgery. And the result is that's the aortic valve model. So this was our paper. I can look at this. There was an editorial written on this paper. Thanks to the good work of the student, there's an editorial written. No one writes editorial, especially Annals of Thoracic Surgery paper coming from India. Annals of Thoracic Surgery is probably the #1 journal in thoracic surgery. Editorial was written. So what it does is that nothing less than a vital component. It says that unlikely partners of structural engineering and heart surgery is readily appreciated. It represents, in fact, nothing less than a vital component of a clinical tool of the future that has real potential to change our subspecialty practice. This is the key to the model's potential as a clinical tool. Engineers can contribute to clinical tools. And that forms the basis of our medical school, which I hope will come early. It will allow us to enter clinical problem-specific or patient-specific variables. We are today creating digital twins and then test the various therapeutic options that are available to us. Every IIT which enters medical school should read this. Not because we have a great paper, but that gives a focus. That tells you why IIT should enter medical school. An engineering physiologist would change the specialty practice. And I'm sure many of you or whoever is working on biomedical, let that be your goal. Change the practice. So one of the interesting problems we did, I'm going to just take another 5 minutes. So one of the interesting problems we did was in heart attacks. It's very interesting. You know how the heart attack works. It's not that there is a block. See, this is that leads to heart attack. This is what is called as lipid, which is your cholesterol, and there's a cap here, and the cap breaks. Then this cholesterol here touches the blood clots, further flow of blood doesn't happen. So there is what is called as myocardial infarction. Okay. Now that's well known. So what's the big deal? The big deal is that 75% of the rupture is less than 50% of stenosis. In other words, you would have heard the guy was good. He never complained of anything. Suddenly he died of heart attack. Very common. 50-year-old. He used to walk every day. But he died of a heart attack, no previous complaint. 75% of the heart attacks happen like that. So the question is very interesting. So how do we now look at this problem? Looking at it from a mechanical engineering point of view, there is what is called as plaque rupture. Rupture is a problem which we live with. Let's look at it from mechanical engineering. Left-hand side is stress, right-hand side is strength. That's all. So let's now calculate stress. So we did, okay, I'm not going into the details, it's non-linear, blah, blah. I don't get excited only looking at what are the difficult things that you use. Today, there's so many tools, it's not very difficult. But what is impactful is what you get out of it. So one result I just want to show you. As the block size increases, stresses actually come down. So you would have heard so many times, 90% block, flow limiting block, the guy had no heart attack. 50% block, guy had a heart attack. The stresses actually drop. We showed this for the first time, published in British Heart Journal long ago, about 10 years ago. Okay. So this is again, opened up a lot of interpretation of results. The previous work on our aortic valve resulted in what is called as root sparing surgery. It's there in every cardiac surgery textbooks. And this again opened up a big area as to how do you interpret blocks. Very small blocks can result in fracture, can result in myocardial infarction. Myocardial infarction is a technical term for heart attacks. One of the recent work which my fantastic student Rajagopalan is doing is on mortality in heart transplant patients. Heart transplant is a reality today. So even after heart transplants, people die. Today, there's a lot of talk on AIML. So much so that before I leave the room, walk to my car, at least 4 people in the canteen below would have told about or talked about data science, AIML, machine learning, CNN, and all these things. So we looked at, you talk to the doctors. So we looked at a lot of data, phenomenal data. We wanted to understand what's mortality in heart transplant patients. So we plotted what for our graduate students, poor guys. I can ask them to plot anything versus anything. Nights are lost. I'm sure it's all happening to you. My apologies, but that's fun. Okay. So the guy plotted a lot of stuff. And he came up with a very interesting thing, what is called as the elastance, arterial elastance, which is called as the, in simple terms, the resistance to flow versus body surface area. And he said that mortality is very high in that region, but that's very surprising. Why is this surprising? Any doctor would say that when a patient has a heart problem, when there's heart failure, the first thing they do is to reduce the resistance to flow so that heart will need not pump against resistance. But then this guy is showing that EA values are low, and that results in heart failure, that results in mortality, that results in kidney failure especially, which results in mortality. How is that possible? Because when a person has heart failure, the first thing they do is to do vasodilators. And vasodilator actually reduces EA. So this is what doctors have been doing from immemorial. This guy comes and tells now that if you give vasodilator to a patient whose BSA is high, he's going to die. That's a very serious stuff. So we wanted to do this. How do you understand it? And as usual, my good friend Balakrishnan took it very seriously. So we wanted to understand this result. So the guy did complete models, hyperbolic partial differential equations, blah, 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 blah. And then he created digital twins and started experimenting with digital twins. He introduced these things in the digital twins and looked at it. Came up with a very amazing result. When there is a biventricular, but left and the right ventricles, both of them fail. When the BSA, the body surface area, is high, then the perfusion pressure that is required for the blood to flow into the renal artery drops drastically. and the flow rate drops drastically. So in other words, he showed that the flow rates and perfusion pressures are very low or drastically affected. You can see that this is the normal, okay, and that's affected drastically. So that's a very interesting result, which we'll be publishing soon. It's been presented at a number of conferences. And that result again shows that people like you can make a difference, can explain what is not usually known by your work. And I hope you'll take that as what I say. We've done a lot of work on single ventricle. I don't want to go through all that because lack of time. Sometimes the research, simple things would result in a topic which we haven't understood. Tire failures, or you see that every day. You hear horrible accidents that are happening because of tire failures. Do people know exactly how the tire fails? The honest truth is, no one knows. No one knows actually what damage is. What is fatigue of rubber? Why does this tire fail? So I had a PhD student. All my students are smart, so I need not tell every time an adjective that's smart student. So it's all taken for granted. All IIT students are smart. What, Shanti? I have to wake you up, sorry. So we were looking at what is damage. So one of the things that the student did was to do a stiffness analysis. So if there's a damage, then it's well known for metals that there will be a loss of stiffness. So take some samples and look at it. Okay, and then look at damage. So he created a sample, he induced damage. You can see to the right, you can see here a lot of cracks. He introduced these cracks and then did simple stress strain, stress experimental work. He saw that with so much of cracks, there is no stiffness change. That was amazing. We thought that with damage, with holes, with voids that are formed, there's going to be a change in stiffness. We didn't see that. So in other words, last minute till it fails, there is no stiffness change. Okay. And on the other hand, there is a strength drop. So why is this happening? So we found that, I would just cut a long story short, we found that it is the nonlinear behavior of rubber which is responsible for this. And there are other regions which take a load. And so damage results in no loss of stiffness, which is very new. So what is damage? This leads to the next research. I have one other PhD student working on to define what is damage. So one research need not, or one PhD need not answer all questions, can raise another question. So people continue to do work. So let the research excite you. Society will benefit from you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thanks, Professor, for a nice talk and enlightening us. And I hope that you are excited to ask many questions, but looking at the time, we'll allow a couple of questions. Please. Any question? Yeah, please go ahead.
In the last slide, you have plotted the stress and strain thing.
This one?
Yes, sir, for the rubber case. So, sir, as I seen that you have used engineering strain there, and the values are like around 1, 2, 3, 4. So, if the strains are like high, we use in a structures like the micro strains. So, if the strains are high, we use test ratio basically. So, sir, how did you
plot it? However you plot it, the results don't change.
Okay.
So that's the beauty of it. However you plot it, doesn't matter.
Okay, sir. And then, sir, the next thing is like how you come up with the engineering strain, sir. Means the strain can be like logarithmic
Okay.
also.
I have to go into some details. The failure or the fracture of rubber is not based on stress. It's based on, it's an energy criteria. Okay. So there are a number of criteria for for energy. For example, it's based on strain energy criteria, or it is based on what's called SLB stress. SLB stress is something like J integral, if you know this. And SLB stress is a force which acts on defects. There's a big topic, if you want, you can
Okay, sir.
about it later, okay? That because you can't look at rubber in the same way as you look at steel, okay? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
The impactful research, but is there a possibility that a research is impactful but is not exciting at all?
I think it can be other way also. Exciting research need not be impactful. Impactful research need not be exciting. Okay, but impactful research which is not exciting is done by companies. Okay, so they look at only impactful research. Academic institutions like IIT and PMRF students do exciting research with that, which is impactful.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, yes, last question.
Hello, sir. Thank you for the nice talk. I just want to know why you said that you are against patents. At PMRF also.
We'll have a personal talk because I may be thrown out of IIT if I start talking that. Yeah.
So thanks, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And he's here. He's our faculty. So you want to interact, you can interact if you have time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
any questions?
Yeah. Any question, you can interact.
Thank you very much.
I request Professor Sushil Mishra to give momentum to Professor R. Krishna Kumar. Now I call upon the stage Professor Shanti Pawan to give mementos to panelists.
I will announce.
Now I request everyone to move to poster area for poster session 1 on broad areas 1 and 2. Broad area 1 includes civil engineering, earth sciences, architecture, ocean and naval engineering. And broad area 2 includes mechanical engineering, aerospace engineering and design.
Sir, hi, sir.
Yeah, good evening or good afternoon, rather.
Good afternoon, sir. So this is Rahul here.
Yeah, hello, Rahul.
Yes, sir. So the talk will start by 5:05, sir.
Okay, fine, fine.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Everyone, we will now begin the next session of the day. The panelists for this session are Professor Balaji Srinivasan, Professor Anbarasa M, Professor Chandan Das, and Professor Tanmay Basak. I will now request the panelists to come to the stage, please.
Professor Pant, sir, can you share your screen? Yes.
Thank you so much for being here. I would now like to.
I think you have disabled me. Can you please allow me? Hello.
I would now like to invite Professor Tanmay Basak to introduce the invited speaker for the session, Professor K.K. Pant, Director of IIT Roorkee. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon to all of you. So it is my pleasure to invite Professor K.K. Pant, Director, IIT Roorkee, for the lecture. So Professor K.K. Pant received BTech degree in Chemical Engineering from SBTI Kanpur, MTech and PhD degree from IIT Kanpur. He was Professor and Head of Chemical Engineering Department at IIT Delhi, where he held Dean Faculty position and was Chairman for GATE and JAM. Recently, he serves as Director at IIT Roorkee. He is among the leading academicians in India who is working on cutting-edge and futuristic technologies of national and international importance like coal to methanol conversion, e-waste and plastic management, hydrogen generation, CO2 capture and conversion, biomass valorization, etc., using catalysis and reaction engineering. Of course, his name has been featured in the top 2% scientists worldwide in the field of chemical engineering in the study by Oxford University. Professor Pant has been conferred multiple times with the prestigious Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Award, besides several other honors. He has been conferred fellowships from several national, international academies, such as Royal Society of Chemistry, London National Academy of Sciences, India, which is called NASI, Indian National Academy of Engineering, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, to name a few. So it is my pleasure to invite Professor K.K. Pant for his lecture. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Basak, and thank you, other panelists. On behalf of IIT Roorkee, also, it's my pleasure to be a part of this. So I thank the entire coordinating team for this PMRF fellow session. I also congratulate all the PMRF fellows who have been there and attending this session. This topic which I have kept, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just take 15 to 18 minutes in order to just talk on this. So why do we talk about this sustainable, right? The title which I have kept here, role of science and engineering in sustainable development. And all of you know, the United Nations Development Program, they initiated this 17 goals for sustainability. And I always link this sustainability with FEW, which is a nexus called food, energy, and water. So when you look at this 17 sustainable goals, they are connected with this food, energy, and water need. So clean food for everyone, good quality of food, nutrition for everyone, healthcare is also connected with that. Then energy, again, we are talking in terms of clean energy, sustainable energy, and potable water. So already, right, a lot of things have been discussed in terms of the availability of the water, right, and how the water can be, energy can be harnessed. Jal Shakti program is already, right, has been initiated. So there are many things, and we need to work hard in order to make these concepts and bring in an idea of Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India, where the role of our scientists, engineers, and especially these PhD scholars, right, becomes very important. I just wanted to give a thought about this, right? When we talk about sustainability, we just think in terms of environment, we talk economy, we talk the society. And this triangle which you see, right, it covers entire thing. That is the global change. We always talk about the CO2 emission and global warming. Then economic analysis, that is when we talk about the globalization, then our technology development, we talk in terms of maintain a positive, genuine long-term investment, considering all types of capital. And finally, it is the application which is more important for the society, where we talk about in terms of societal development. So we talk in terms of the look beyond your own locality and the immediate future. You talk in terms of preserve access to ecosystem, services essential to health and well-being, and preserve the biodiversity and respect all life forms regardless of how useful they are to a humankind. So all the time we talk in terms of, if you recall, right, we talk in terms of the vocal to local, right, the problem, and vocal to national, and finally vocal to international. So quality of the product is very important, and at the same time, it should not affect the environment, and economy of the process is very important. All these factors should be covered, and that is where we need to understand the concept of equity, right, diversity and equity and inclusion. So that's again very important when we look at or develop the technology. So when we talk about just an example, sustainable energy, right? Why do we need sustainable energy? Why do we need sustainable environment? So we need to understand all these things, right? So sustainable energy, this includes any form of energy resources that cannot be depleted and can remain viable forever. If you compare it with the renewable energy, there is a difference, right? So difference between sustainable energy and renewable energy is that, right, the possibility of replacement is there, right? We can fulfill this through the replenishment, that is the renewable energy, right? So renewable energy, when you talk, right, you talk all kind of energy, right? Solar energy, water energy, and tidal energy. But how can it be transformed, right, into the, right, how can you harness this kind of source of energy at an efficient and economic rate is very important. And for that, right, when we talk about, especially for about the rural development, right, so significant potential synergy is available and we need to work. So all the youngsters, they need to focus how to take the advantage of this, right, sustainability in sustainable energy and renewable energy and work for this, and which involves, when you talk about the economy, when we talk about the society, then the carbon footprint is very important, energy security is very important. So we talk about low carbon, right, footprint, and the energy which is harnessed should not emit any carbon dioxide into the environment. So similarly, we talk sustainable development and climate change, because all of you know how the, right, sea level is increasing, right, 1.5 millimeter every year because of the global warming. The concentration of carbon dioxide in the environment has reached to a level of 418 ppm, right? And there are several other issues. So we talk in terms of the sustainable development and climate change, right? So just you see that most of the time we leave the offices, right, and lights are on. But we are never calculating how much carbon is emitting because of that. How your table fan, your AC, right? So this, but what we say that this should begin at home, when your offices, where your workplaces. So emission from electricity generation. So a lot of new research is being done in this area, that if you are opening, right, or keeping in a block levels or in an offices, the lights on, then how much carbon is being, right, emitted because of that. Right? So mitigation is required. And that is the meaning of climate change. So climate change impacts on a kind of, just when you say hydroelectricity, if you harness the energy of water, and these kind of sources, right, will have low carbon. So we need to understand this. So reducing climate change, imposing direct costs associated with mitigation and or adaptation measures, inducing and spreading technology innovation, pursuing alternate development pathways, special sectoral environmental, social or economic policies which have climate side effects. So all these things are to be understood when you look at the options for the sustainability in climate change. We need to understand that. So how to use the sustainability in sustainable engineering and design methods. So this is the kind of where we need to work in terms of the flow seating. So all the new undergrad or postgrad or PhD student, they need to work in this direction: sustainable design, sustainable engineering, technologies, and then application of this through several routes, because we are talking about this, I think there are all branches of science and engineering, but especially it should be through process intensification, miniaturization, lot of things should be used, and then the product can be designed or productized, process can be developed, and that can be applicable for the lifestyles. We always talk green energy, right? Atom efficiency, right? Low carbon products. So all these are important when you talk about environment factors. So any technology which is being developed now, new technology or existing technology which is being improved, right? We need to understand, is it green, or if green, how much green? So we talk nowadays atom to atom conversion. Instead of talking about the product, we look in terms of the atoms. So how many atoms have been consumed and how many atoms of the product have been formed. So that is very important. So we compare these things with two terms. One is called environmental factor. So environment factor, when we talk, right, its impact on how much when the technology is developed, how much waste is generated from that technology, or process, how much waste it is generating. So waste should be minimum. So it means every industry, if you compare a refinery with a pharmaceutical industry, right, the environment factor of a pharmaceutical industry is very high. Right, because the purity is 99.9% and large only a small concentration of product is obtained, a large amount is going either as a byproduct or being wasted. We need to reutilize it, just like when you talk about the extraction of precious oils, right, from these kind of through supercritical extraction, you have a lot of residue. We need to utilize those kind of byproduct. That is the meaning of green engineering, and we need to apply it, right, in different process. So you need to see that how, right, the engineers, scientists or researchers are applying these fundamentals of the green engineering for development of the product. So there are several, I'm not going individual points, but this is very important. When you do the research, you need to implement these kind of thoughts in your research. The new concept nowadays is coming in terms of the living lab project, because all of you, right, when we talk about the research, we start from fundamental. We talk in terms of TRL levels, right? Technology readiness level 1, 2, 3. And we expect that at PhD level, you are developing those things. But nowadays, the thought is that it should be applied. So impact of research is very important. And this is what I stress all the time with all the PhD students, that whatever the outcome, right, which is coming in the form of publication, but the impact is very important. So it should be transformational research. So that's again, multidisciplinary science of engineering when we talk, that's very important. So this is what the concept of living lab, which offers a real life research opportunities for students and researchers with applied research ideas, as well as offering the project opportunities for students to connect with the operational staff and the community for applied learning and research that benefits the institution. This is very important because we need to connect ourselves with the local industries, right? Get the problems from there and then find a solution in the which can be in the form of PhD or master, and then convert it into a transformational research. So this is what I think the need of the hour. Everybody is worrying about the carbon dioxide, right? So CCUS, carbon capture, utilization and storage, that's very important. So you see that it has been predicted that when the global energy demand is increasing, right? So it is increasing 1.7% annually, and that is the growth rate, right? The fossil fuel, again, will still be dominating, and maybe 85 to 90% that is predicted. The carbon dioxide emission is increasing because of this, right? So that will reach to a level of, right, increase. If you look at 1.8% annually, that is it is expected. Carbon dioxide reduction, right, is very important. So we need to find out the technologies for that. So you see that there are different methods have been adopted for carbon dioxide. It's a geological storage in Norway, right? The green stat, they are working on the CO2 capture and storing underground, under sea, right? So that is, or the another option that you capture the carbon dioxide and convert it into, say, petrochemicals, right? CO2 hydrogenation, methanol, dimethyl ether, or DMC, those propyl carbonate. So those kind of technologies are also need to be developed. Although thermodynamically it has been proven the conversion may be less, but we need to look at that, how this can be increased, what kind of reactor design can be used, right? And these can be converted to a lot of textile related products also, fibers, right? Carbon nanotubes, carbon nanofiber. But we need to find the ways through a thorough literature search and then start working in this direction. So these kind of advanced materials, right, which can be developed, converters, fertilizers, liquid fuels, plastics, pharmaceutical, all kind of these products, when you convert CO2 to syngas, you can convert it into petrochemicals also. So CO2 to petrochemical could be another right area, and we need to work in these directions. So sustainable development for a future is very important. And you see that, right, how this can be done to make the ecological balance in this, right? So sustainability is a big challenge. We need to work. And that is a kind of complex and long-term challenge, right? Will take sustained efforts for generation. And where all, right, the youngsters have to come forward, the brainstorming sessions is required in these, right? There are, right, a single blueprint will not work when you look at, because sustainability can be, right, it can be for a rural area, it can be for the different right, site specific, different local right, region specific. So we need to work for different kind of, right, technology. Say plastic is one, right, circular economy, e-waste, another circular economy concept, and lot of, right, biomass to biocoal, or biomass to liquid fuel, biomass to chemicals. So those are the different areas of research where one can go forward and develop these kind of, right, approaches for developing the technology. So all the time, right, we talk 3 hours. Now it has been changed to, right, 7 hours instead of 3 hours, right? You see, which has been shown on the left-hand side. Whenever you talk about science and technology for sustainable well-being, how they can contribute, right, or what they can contribute is very important. So science, because I told you nowadays the research should be multidisciplinary, where the branches of science, technology, and engineering, they should come forward and develop a product. That's what I always, right, prefer the startups. I always prefer to go from startups and then go to the subsequent step for the commercializations and take the help from the different industries in terms of the development of this. So improving the understanding of threats and possibility, that is what science can do fundamentally, right? Then technology-driven economic growth via new products and service, which reduce cost, increase productivity, reducing the resource use and environmental impact. That is very important. And combine these science and technology, and then develop the integrated assessments of options, advice to decision makers and the public about cost, benefits, dangers, uncertainty. This is very important, but the technology need to be transferred. And that thing is required for the development of the technology for the commercial application. You see that a lot of things are being done on carbon capture, utilization, and storage. This is very important area for research. And same thing can be done for hydrogen production, because everybody is talking about green hydrogen production, transportation, storage, and dissipation. This is a very important research area. And Hydrogen Valley is already, right, a kind of mission board, right, theme has been run, which requires a kind of management also for the hydrogen, right, based technology which are being commercialized for the, right, the green hydrogen production. So a lot of things are to be done. So capturing is one thing, then transportation and dispensation of this, right, CO2, how to capture using different techniques. So still R&D, lot of things are being done, lot of technology have been developed also. Transport it and then convert it into value-added chemicals, fuels, right, or this just put it underground, right? That is another option, and a lot of things are to be done in these areas. Storage, how to store, what kind of, right, method should be adopted. Same thing is being done for right, hydrogen also. Nowadays, you know that, as I said, multidisciplinary approach. So artificial intelligence is again very important when you want to look at, right, the old, right, lot of work has already been done. So based on literature, you can compile the data, right, you can do machine learning, artificial intelligence application, and then look at how this, right, whatever the things have been developed, whether it is at the, right, environmental impact, You can look at individual levels also, technology advancements, the technology development, then new technology for legislations, right? Policy legislation, government policy. So just a simple example, if you are developing, right, just the CO2 to methanol, dimethyl ether, right? Then already a lot of work has been done, a lot of catalysts have been developed. But these can be routed again through the AI or ML tools and then identify, right, which process is the best or how the situation, how the things can be improved further in order to develop the technology. And then this can be utilized. So AI and ML or data science will play a very important role in future. And I think every student or research scholar should adopt these, right, in their research. So that is where we need to understand how these can be utilized for the research. So when you see just an example of chemical engineering, right, avenues for sustainable development, now we talk in terms of process intensification because the size is, right, very important. Miniaturization of the reactor, miniaturization of the process, elimination of the, right, unit operations in the process. So we talk in terms of, right, when you talk about one pot conversion, right, everybody is talking one pot because you can miniaturize, you can have a tabletop reactor system, and that is what we need. So process intensification is very important. Application of solar and renewable energy is very important because we are talking green process, right? And then you produce the chemical, you reduce the, right, proper management is required, change management in order to reduce the unit operations in between, and then how the product is being utilized and then finally discarded. Then what is a kind of concept of circular economy for the product is very important. So it should be recycled back, or the, say, just like nowadays you see the plastic is the problem. So polystyrene converted into, again, right, recycle it and convert it into styrene and send back to the process industry. So that kind of concept should be there, and where we need to work, right, how to reduce the waste and how to make the process clean, right? That's very important in order to, that's what the process to be a sustainable development. So this is a, I think, to the gearbox system, I am not going in depth, but 5G technology application is another important, which is again required, right? Application is required in all branches of science and engineering, right? So you need to look at the, right, low cost sensors, you need to look at the Internet of Things, you need to look at the application trends of the product, mobile technologies which are required, AI and machine learning. So all these tools are important when you look at the automation or digitization of the process and technology. This is also very important. Every industry is looking for Internet of Things, and that is also very important to be adopted for development of the science and technology. So these are a couple of, right, areas which have already been defined by India at 2047, and all of researchers should focus on these areas like space technology, advanced sensor designs, nuclear technology is very important because in order to harness the energy from water, right? Then Gati Shakti already it has come in picture. So water, right, wage, how these can be utilized in terms of transport, navigation, life sciences, biotechnology. So healthcare is another important area, and missile technology. So a lot of, right, defense and Indian Air Force, they are doing a lot of, right, research in these areas. And we need to find out the indigenous technology. That's what the self-reliance in missile technology with successful completion of integrated guided missile development. A lot of things are being done, right? DRDO or Indian Air Force or Navy, right? Recently we had seen the Aero Show also in Bengaluru. And a lot of new, right? These, I think the R&D is required, right? In order to develop these, right, materials, low right, weight materials, energy efficient fuels, right? So many things are to be done. Sensors, drones, all these things are required, right? And that is the vision of India 2047. So I am not going all these points, but that is what the target, right? Capacity creation for reaching 1,000 gigawatt of power generation at the national level. This is one of the very important, I think, vision. And 50% of the 1,000 gigawatt coming from the renewable sources, right? So instead of using the fossil fuels, right? So by 2070, we are saying that it should be the carbon free, right? So that is very important. The transmission and distribution losses to be less than 3%. Energy use efficiency is to be increased. So all these things are very important. So it means presently the diesel engines are just 30 to 40% efficient. How can we improve the efficiency? Because if we are able to improve, our fuel consumption will be reduced. So that's the thing, right? We need to develop the technology and take it, right, for the future development and make it India concept. So this is what the four intelligences which have also been talked now: data intelligence, artificial intelligence, collective intelligence, and embodied intelligence. So all these are required because we talk about the data and AI in the physical world. to automate the energy and time to time into intensive process. So 3D printing is coming, drone is coming, right? And artificial intelligent robots are coming, which are very important for the healthcare application also. Machine learning, export, right? Expert models, distributed. So all these tools are very important when you look at, right? So we need to work collectively with different branches of science and engineering, or in order to develop the product. And that is where the harnessing the four intelligences would be helpful to develop these technologies efficiently and economically. And that is a part of sustainability. So this is where we look right ourselves, right? India, right? 100 years after that is independent, that is 2047, and presently we are here. So you see, right, we are looking the industrial sixth by 2035, and seventh industrial revolution will come in 2047, right? And this is very important. So there are many points which I'm not going to discuss now, but this is very important, that how India science, right, from steam engines to a, where we are talking about the, right, several new technologies which are coming in terms of including the application of, right, cyber security, data science, AI, ML, and low carbon product, right? So that is, I think, a lot of work is to be done to reach this point. With this, I convey my thanks to the organizer for giving me the opportunity. So thank you very much. If you have any question, I'd be happy to answer.
The session is on for the questions. Any questions, please? So I hope there is no question, but I would like to thank Professor Pant for an excellent presentation. We got a glimpse of ideas, we got versatile avenues, and future 2047, different kind of intelligence and data set, all kind of stuff. It is pretty new and very motivating to the research scholars, to the faculty. And I would like to thank you again, sir, for your time and effort for this nice presentation. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I now request Professor Tanmay Basak to give the memento to Professor K.K. Pant electronically. Oh, he's left. Okay, we'll make sure that it reaches his office. So, okay. I now invite Professor Deepa Venkatesh on the stage to present the mementos to the panelists. Thank you. We will now head for poster section 2 on broad areas 3 and 6. Broad area 3 includes electrical and engineering and electronics engineering. And broad area 6 includes chemical engineering and textile engineering. We will gather in the hall again at 7 for the plenary talk 2. Thank you. May I please have your attention? We will be starting the next session in around 5 minutes. So all of you are requested to be seated. All the scholars from broad areas 3 and 6 are requested to be seated if your evaluations are done. We will now be starting our plenary talk 2. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all seated. I would now like to invite Professor V. Balakrishnan and Professor Deepa Venkatesh on stage. Thank you for joining us on stage. I would now like to invite Professor Deepa Venkatesh on stage to introduce our honored speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I know some more poster evaluations are happening. Can I request all those who are not being evaluated currently to come back? We will continue our discussions after dinner. Or you can even skip the dinner and continue the discussions. It's been really heartening to see a lot of discussions going on at the back. So we don't want us to be waiting we don't want us to be waiting. So let me start this evening session. Let me first confess by saying that I'm nervous when I'm standing in front of Professor Balakrishnan. And I'm out of words to introduce him. He definitely doesn't need introduction to the community. But to just complete the formality, Professor Balakrishnan has worked in a number of field and areas: particle physics, many body theory, mechanical behavior of solids, dynamical systems, stochastic process, quantum mechanics, quantum dynamics. Lots of contributions. I'm not really going to go through all of that. I only recommend anybody who is learning classical and quantum mechanics to, if you have not done so, I'm sure everybody has done that. If you have not done so, please go through his lectures, which are available online. Yes, several lectures series on classical physics, quantum physics, mathematical physics, nonlinear dynamics, mechanics, physical applications of stochastic processes. Maybe there are more. I'm missing some of them. Okay. Several publications, and he's continuing to visit us and provide us with his words of wisdom on many other occasions other than just this process. I sincerely thank at the bottom of my heart. There cannot be a more than, cannot be any other person who is a role model for the PMRFs here. Thank you, sir, for coming and talking to us. Over to you, sir. Is this lighting good enough?
Basically, I'm just going to read this out. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you for the very kind introduction. Let me begin by expressing my sincere thanks to the organizers, Professor Shanti Pawan and Professor Deepa Venkatesh, for honoring me with this invitation to give a plenary lecture at this symposium. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to discuss and talk to address some of the brightest young minds of this country. All the more so because I'm aware that you are at a very crucial stage in your career, the kind of critical transition period between the time when you're a student carrying out research under guidance of a mentor to becoming a researcher on your own right. Okay, thank you. This is going to be a very rambling talk. It's not a technical talk, and I don't feel very comfortable giving non-technical talks. In particular, I have to resort to notes to make sure that I don't ramble too far out. I confess that my thoughts are not very well organized in this respect, as there is so much that we can talk about, but so little time to do it in. But let me begin with trying to make it a little systematic. Let me begin with the definition of the words in the title of my talk, which is an academic career, a privilege. This will help us narrow down the discussion from very amorphous generalities to very specific aspects. By academic, I mean the standard thing, the twin activities of teaching and research, which to my mind are and must be inseparable. So intertwined, in fact, that the question of which of them should come first in a listing of the two becomes an indeterminate question. What do I mean by the word privilege? That's not very hard to understand. The dictionary meaning of the word is very well known. It doesn't require any explanation. Namely, a special advantage that only one person or group has. So that's what a privilege is. An academic career is certainly privileged in this sense. A major factor that leads to this privilege is the all-important factor called academic freedom that generally accompanies an academic career. Within reasonable bounds, this implies the freedom to pursue an independent line of thought, the freedom to work on whatever problem interests one, the freedom to work whenever you please, and so on. In short, the freedom to be free of all the straitjacketing that accompanies all other professions and callings. So this is no mean concession that we have in academic freedom and an academic career. But like all freedoms, it comes with responsibilities. The word privilege has, strangely enough, a second and less commonly known or employed meaning or definition, namely, the opportunity to do something regarded as a special honor. That's what privilege means, and that's what I would like to think is incumbent on those who enjoy an academic career. This is the privilege. It's in this sense, as well as the first sense, but this more so in this sense that an academic career is a privilege. The opportunity to do something regarded as a special honor. I think one must also include this in the definition of an academic career. It provides a special opportunity to contribute usefully and at the same time with satisfaction as well as enjoyment, something useful and lasting in terms of one's research findings as well as one's mentorship of succeeding generations. So this is the burden, the responsibility, as well as the privilege and honor that an academic career is guaranteed to give you. I would like to now spend some time on why teachers must engage in research. It's not a trivial question, but why should this be done at all? Let me elaborate a little bit on why teaching and research must go hand in hand with research, hand in hand, at least at the university level. We know that teaching is a noble profession. This is a cliche that it's a noble profession. And we also know that teachers enjoy a special kind of respect in any truly civilized society. It's also well acknowledged that this profession has its own unique rewards, which are not there in any other profession, when the job is well done. This includes the sincere gratitude of students and the absolutely unalloyed joy of seeing them attain great heights of achievement. This is like watching your children grow up and do things which you never dreamt of. But there's also another vital aspect to teaching at the university level, namely the hands-on engagement of teachers in active research in their disciplines. The point is conveniently illustrated by a historical example, which I'll now give. The notion of the university as the home of groups of scholars engaged in the pursuit of knowledge is a very old one, as old as the first universities themselves, with a number of famous examples. But the notion of what we would today call a research university, however, gradually gained ground relatively more recently. Just a few centuries ago, along with the advent and growth of systematic science itself. As is well known, let me give this example, as is well known, France in the 18th century had a very outstanding school of mathematicians with names like Lagrange, Laplace, Poisson, Fourier, and so on, among its ranks. Let me digress a minute and point out that the Eiffel Tower has engraved on it at a certain level the names of 72 great mathematicians and scientists of those days. This is still there. It was defaced for a while, it was effaced. These names were effaced, but then they were brought back some years ago, and they're still there. Sadly, no woman figures in that list, but that's the subject of another talk. So I will not get into that here. It was the French Emperor Napoleon who made a very, very far-sighted move when he appointed the best researchers, the first-ranked researchers of the French Academy of Sciences, including some of the greatest mathematicians of the day, as professors in what became the great French schools of higher learning, such as the École Normale Supérieure and the École Polytechnique. Again, a digression. In those days, prior to this development, professors at these schools taught in a very strange way. They sat behind the podium in a chair and they lectured loudly. And the student with the best handwriting went up to the board and actually wrote things while the professors just sat and read what they had written down in their notes. Napoleon got rid of this problem in a very simple way. Not only did he appoint members of the French Academy of Sciences to these positions as professors, but he also by law decreed that the chair behind the podium should be removed and there should be no chair at all. This forced the lecturer to actually stand and speak, and that's a very difficult thing to do. So he had to pace and speak, and that's not as easy to do. So they might as well write on the blackboard, and that's how he got the teachers to write on their own notes on the blackboard as they lectured. Coming back to what happened in these schools, the undergraduates in those institutions were thus exposed directly to front-rank researchers with extremely far-reaching beneficial consequences. The advent and emergence of the great German research universities corroborated this fact. Since then, the best higher educational institutions of the world have always placed a premium on the ideal of teaching cum research, recognizing the value of teachers who are also actively involved in hands-on research. There's a lesson for us here. I'll touch upon it if time permits at the end. At the university level, at least, let me assert that no matter how good one is as a teacher, one is still performing below one's capability unless one is also an active researcher. By research, I mean not only scientific discovery, but also invention, development, innovation, and so on. At a practical level, I think most of us would agree that, most of us teachers would agree that, contrary to what one might imagine at first instance, being involved in research actually helps enhance our performance as teachers rather than diminish it owing to lack of time to prepare lectures. Conversely, the clear exposition and articulation necessary for good teaching percolates naturally into one's research, not the least in the ability to write readable and clear reports and technical reports and papers. Many would agree that some of the best semesters were those where the teaching load was the highest as far as research is concerned. They've also been the most useful and fruitful ones research-wise. Even when one is in between successive research problems, thinking about research level questions catalyzes beneficially one's approach to teaching. In short, in this business, definitely one should be thinking about problems, some problem or problems all the while, without exception. That brings me to a comment on the ideal state of mind one should have in an academic position. This looks like a vague question, but then we all have ups and downs, and the question is, what's the ideal state of mind? I've been thought about this a little bit and come to the conclusion that it's a little counterintuitive. When one solves a problem, however small, one is justified in declaring a small victory and a small celebration. But one is not justified in cessation of all work thereafter. Similarly, one ought not to go into a tailspin of dejection when one is defeated by a problem. That's not the solution at all. A renewed effort is the proper response. The desirable state of equilibrium then is what I call a slightly simmering state of slight discontent with one's own performance, a little bit below the zero level. You're a little unhappy with your own performance, and that spurs you on to do better the next time. And you do better, you solve a little problem, you enjoy life for a little bit, you celebrate appropriately, but then it's back to the next problem. That's the only way that you attain equilibrium. I must now talk about the need for the history of ideas. This might sound very strange, but I'd like to call attention to this lacuna in our curriculum in science and technology. Very often, our syllabi tend to focus on a subject or teach a subject along needlessly elaborate historical lines. Moving chronologically through all the false starts and incorrect perceptions that were extant until the dust settled and the matter got settled. For example, I'll give an example from physics. Many of our syllabi still refer to the so-called caloric theory of heat, in which it was believed that a hot object has some mysterious fluid in it, permeated by a mysterious fluid called the caloric fluid, which would be exchanged between objects, cold and hot. We know now that that is not true at all. This has been completely shot down, and a complete understanding, a correct understanding was attained as early as the late 19th century. We know now that heat energy is nothing but the average kinetic energy of random molecular motion in materials. That's all heat is. What need is there then to talk about the caloric theory of heat? We might as well then talk about Ptolemy's epicycles theory of planetary motion and orbits. Might as well do that. Let me share a story that says something about our curriculum in this regard, departing from the script, so to speak. I was once a member of a board of studies somewhere where they had in the curriculum in atomic physics what was called modern physics 120 years after the event. They had Bohr's model of the circular orbits in an atom. They had quantum mechanics, the Schrodinger equation, which gave the correct picture of how the hydrogen atom functioned. And they also had the Sommerfeld correction of elliptical orbits for the model of Bohr, correction to Bohr's model. So I wanted to know why they had the thing in the middle. You had a theory first, which has its uses in semi-classical quantization. It's not useless. The Bohr theory is quite useful in some respects, but it's not the whole truth. Certainly not the complete picture. It's not a correct picture at all. And then you had the correct picture, quantum mechanics. So why do you need this elliptical orbits in between? The answer given at that stage was it makes a very neat 20-mark question. And that's the reason for including it in the syllabus. At this stage, I said, well, I tried persuading the committee and didn't succeed. So I said, in that case, we must go back to your classical mechanics syllabus. And I would have a proposal to make over there. Over there, you teach students about circular orbits of satellites, circular orbits. And then you teach the correct theory, Kepler's laws of planetary motion with the elliptical orbits. But in between these two, to explain the motion of Mars, for example, people started curve fitting, and there's a theory which 37 epicycles are superposed on each other to explain the orbit of Mars more accurately than Kepler's theory can. So the purpose of science is to explain the facts. To fit the facts, you add a sufficient number of parameters, you can fit an elephant to anything. On the other hand, we know that Kepler's law is correct. Laws are correct as far as inverse square law of gravitation is concerned. And any deviation from it has physical reason behind it. So if you're going to retain the circular orbits and the Bohr and the Kepler problem, the Kepler orbits, then in between you should also introduce the Ptolemy epicycle theory of planetary motion. And I thought everybody would laugh. The response I received was, in which book is that given? So we could said something about our system, but you see the point here that so the caloric theory of heat, I think, can be safely dropped from our curricula. I don't know if anybody here is involved in university curriculum, but it's a suggestion. Similar examples abound in many, almost all other subjects as well. But then, while these anachronisms should certainly be done away with, one should not altogether eliminate from the curriculum a reasonable amount of the history of ideas. That's a different thing altogether. The history of ideas, the philosophy, and the underlying structure of a subject. Adequate room must be found in syllabi to include the history of ideas so that the student acquires a perspective that would otherwise be absent. It's for this reason that the history of ideas is a genuine and germane part of the curriculum. And we should pay attention to it. Not for the sake of a 20-mark question, but because it's important. It's important to know how these ideas germinated, how these ideas developed, how the wrong ideas were shot down, and how the right ideas were established by consensus. It's important to know that. Let me turn now to the makings of a revolutionary scientific discovery. This is a little bit of a digression, but I'd like to speak about an aspect that arises naturally in our minds, given our human abiding interest in extreme events, extreme situations, and above all, records. We're very fond of records. All of us who are involved in science and technology activities have experienced both awe and admiration at truly revolutionary scientific discoveries and inventions. The stupendous changes brought about in human affairs by such breakthroughs are too obvious to require repetition. The fascinating question that arises naturally is, what are the makings of such a revolution? I will focus on scientific discovery rather than technological aspects of the matter. This makes the discussion much more person-centric, as we are now dealing with the question of what is the process of intellectual achievement of the highest order by exceptionally gifted individuals. The question is very likely as old as the pursuit of science itself, since humans both have the tendency to dream as well as the ability to dream. In fact, a similar question is applicable in equal measure to every form of human activity. What lies behind such instances of supreme activity, creativity? While I've not personally been awarded the Nobel Prize, no doubt owing to a sad oversight on the part of the committee, many philosophers and psychologists, as well as outstanding scientists and mathematicians themselves, have made thorough analysis of the possible answers to this question, and we can borrow freely from what they've already established. Much light has been shed on the matter, although crucial aspects of the process remain intangible so far. What is clear is that there is no unique prescription for success and well-defined or definable route to the peak. It goes without saying that the soil must be fertile, the mind must be a prepared mind. And the innate talent must be an exceptional talent. These are necessary conditions, but by no means sufficient conditions. It seems that several qualities need to come together for a successful outcome. So here's a prescription for a Nobel Prize. 1, the willingness to think big. 2, the boldness to grapple with the big problem. 3, the audacity to question authority. 4, the ability to ask the right question. 5, the originality to think out of the box. I'll say a little more about thinking out of the box in a second. The determination to convert a vision into reality. And finally, the perseverance to see the enterprise through. That's in a nutshell, an algorithm for the Nobel Prize or its equivalent. Over and above all these factors, it appears that luck plays a role too. Luck or chance plays a serious role too. But this is not luck in the sense of a random shot in the dark at all. It is chance in the sense of the discoverer being in the right place in the right time and asking the right question, rather than someone stumbling upon buried treasure by accident. That said, we can ask, what is the greatest scientific achievement ever? It's almost impossible and ultimately perhaps irrelevant to try and make a comparison between the highest peaks of creativity, and these are widely separated in space and circumstance. But human interest in records is insatiable and leads us to ask, can we identify the most intense and sustained effort ever by a single person, leading to the most profound results as far as our understanding of the world and the universe around us is concerned? Once again, it's impossible to give a unique or definitive answer to this question. When they reached the peaks of their creativity, Newton, Darwin, Einstein, and a few others would certainly be in the ultimately exclusive club that we now accept instead of any single person as a meaningful compromise solution to our question. But this is not the really significant part. The really significant and profound point that we must appreciate is this. When they reach their respective heights, these people change something forever. Their discoveries represent watersheds for the human race itself, before and after, as they separate distinct eras in humankind's understanding of the universe in which it lives and of their place in it. It's a very comforting, salubrious fact that these are watersheds in a far more profound sense than mere political events. However, event earth-shaking the latter may appear to be when they occur, or even in the long run for that matter. The ephemeral nature of empires and temporal power is well documented in history and even enshrined in poetry. In stark contrast, revolutions in one's understanding of the universe are far more permanent. And we are fortunate that Archimedes was not Ozymandias after all. And that's a profound statement. This leads me to make some remarks on what I feel. Well, let me take a digression for a second, because I promised to say something about thinking about out of the box. I have nothing against conscious efforts to think out of the box, but it's easier said than done. And when I once heard a talk on thinking out of the box, the speaker had emphasized very strongly that you need to think out of the box. He also used terms like lateral thinking and higher order thinking or higher level thinking. So I suggested that what you need is to take a cardboard box, go up to the tallest building's terrace that you can find, place the box on the floor, lie down next to it. You're now doing higher level thinking, lateral thinking, out of the box. I mean, I have nothing against. These are cliches that should not be taken seriously. This leads me to some remarks on what I feel is an appropriate approach to natural philosophy. This term natural philosophy has fallen into disuse these days, but it remains an apt descriptor of what science itself is all about. The genius underlying a scientific breakthrough is indeed a miracle of rare device, in the immortal words of Coleridge. It gives us a glimpse of the insights to which the human mind can soar, the heights to which it can soar. But the grandeur of nature also demands a certain measure of circumspection and respect for it, or humility in our efforts to understand it. Moreover, nature even dictates to us the very form that this humility must take if we are to make any headway in our comprehension of the universe. If a single unambiguous lesson can be drawn from the developments of sciences during the last 100 years or so, it is that nature simply cannot be second-guessed. The eminent biologist J.B.S. Haldane came close to capturing the essence of this state of affairs when he said, "Now in my own mind, own suspicion is that the universe is not only queerer than we can suppose, but queerer than we can suppose." So it's really a strange place. The greatest of scientists, and this is a very, very sobering thought, the greatest of scientists, and that includes people like Einstein and Dirac and others, failed on occasions when they chose to dictate nature how it should behave rather than work with the hard evidence. So the facts are all that there are, the facts. Let me again give an example. Both relativity and quantum mechanics, the two cornerstones of our current understanding of the physical universe, expose in particularly dramatic fashion how naive and misleading our so-called intuition can be with regard to the most fundamental aspects of nature. This is why it's not appropriate to begin scientific inquiry with a preconceived set of notions that are postulated to be quote-unquote absolute truths, simply because they appear to be self-evident or based on quote-unquote common sense. To quote Einstein's fitting aphorism, common sense in this context is the collection of prejudices acquired by the age of 18. That was Einstein's opinion about what and people objected, saying relativity goes against common sense. There is in fact a good reason for the gross inadequacy of the perception of the world around us by means of our unaided senses. There's a good reason too for the failure of any description of it in terms of everyday language, as far as the proper understanding of the physical universe is concerned. Let me explain. Obviously, the intuition we acquire with respect to the natural world is based on the behavior of objects and phenomena we encounter in it in daily life. As our discernment of the behavior is done with the help of our senses. Owing to this very same pair of factors, the information thus gathered is restricted to a rather narrow range of values of physical parameters such as mass, length, time, velocity, momentum, force, and so on. This so-called world of middle dimensions informs our intuition regarding the nature of the physical world. This intuition has been hardwired into our brains because it is reasons based on survival in the evolutionary sense. And there are dramatic illustrations of it. It is highly presumptuous for us to expect nature itself to be restricted to this narrow range of values of physical parameters. It spills out on both sides of this imagined straitjacket in a most spectacular fashion. It turns out that our own window of mass, length, and time only encompass about 7 or 8 orders of magnitude, with our present state of knowledge. But our present state of knowledge also shows that natural phenomena extend over at least 10 times that number of orders of magnitude. For instance, length that we can perceive directly goes from like a fraction of a millimeter, 10 to the minus 4 meters, to maybe 10 kilometers. On the other hand, the smallest length we can think of is the Planck length at 10 to the minus 35 meters. And the largest is the radius of the universe at 10 to the 26 meters. It's a huge, huge range in orders of magnitude. It is therefore hardly surprising that our hardwired intuition and common sense are highly inadequate to understand the physical universe in all its glory. We need the assistance of better, finer, and more powerful tools to do so. And this wonderful journey called science and technology that we embarked on a few hundred years ago provides us with those tools. As of now, these are provided by our instruments that extend our senses as we seek to probe ever deeper and further into the mysteries of the universe, and by our mathematics that enables us to analyze our findings and express the results in a context-free, semantics-independent manner. We know of no other route. We know of no other reliable way to get there. But it is a firm and well-lit path up the mountain peak, illuminated by science and technology, powered by our instruments and analysis. Finally, we may never actually reach the peak of understanding the universe, but we are guaranteed that the view along the way is magnificent, truly magnificent. This brings me to the end of my talk, and I conclude with my very best wishes to you who will see further and deeper into the incredible universe around us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words. You have really changed the way that I would think about the world. And I would now like to invite Professor Mishra to come on stage and felicitate our honored speaker.
Somebody has any comments?
We will now have a Q&A session.
It was indeed a privilege in the second sense of the term that talked about. I'm privileged to have this, giving this memento to him. Right.
If you have any questions, then please raise your hand.
Hello, sir. Sir, I'm your biggest fan. You have taught so many things. I have understood mathematical physics from you. I have understood quantum mechanics. And I have also read the books that you have written. The books that you wrote are totally different from the traditional or the conventional way of writing. It seems that when I read your books, it's quite different and it's quite engaging at the same time. Now, talking about the academic privilege, I feel truly that you are more privileged because you have worked in n number of areas in physics, starting from the many-body field theory to stochastic theory. So, like if we are just doing the research, we are thinking about a particular area of research, then we are not able to switch. So we stick to the area. So you have worked on the different areas of fields. So what was in your mind that you made yourself in such a way that you have laid the profound results in different areas of physics.
Well, I'm not sure. No.
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you for your kind words. I have no particular deep insight into what makes what makes a really good scientist or anything like that. I can only quote what Professor Chandrasekhar once said when he was asked what the secret of his success was, etc. He pointed out very appropriately that there are as many ways of doing science as there are scientists themselves. There are as many motivations as there are scientists themselves. So there's no unique road or prescription or anything like that at all. In my research, I try to avoid boredom. So I go from one subject to another, but that's not a prescription which I'd recommend to people because you have to focus. You have to really persist and focus and so on, not jump from topic to topic as I may have done several times. But I had fun doing it. So finally it comes down to that, what problem you're interested in at the moment. It's not, like I said, there are many styles of doing science, many ways of doing it, etc. One thing that's common that I tell my classes is the following, and as students who they're trying to persuade to get into an academic career, maybe it's valuable advice. You have to have 100% intellectual integrity. You can't fool yourself into thinking you understood something when you haven't. Because when you've not understood something, you shouldn't worry about asking a question and getting it clarified to your satisfaction, mull it over in your mind to your satisfaction, and not worry about exposing your ignorance. In fact, I always say that if you're ignorant, you should wear this ignorance proudly on your sleeve like a badge. Because if you don't do that and you conceal it, it's a crime, but it's a crime against yourself. And when you go to sleep at night, you and the pillow know that you don't know. And that should make you very uncomfortable till you know, to your satisfaction. And all of us have different ways of understanding things and so on. And of course, free and frank discussion with people is what really helps people. As students, you already know this. As faculty, we tend to forget it because students really learn from each other, from their peer group, and not as much from the faculty as should be the case. In fact, there may be extreme cases where they learn in spite of the faculty. That shows the resilience of the human mind. But the fact is, nothing clarifies things as much as explaining it to somebody else. So you'll notice this happens in all institutions. I've seen this over many, many decades now. The truly successful people are not those who lock themselves up in their room, hide themselves under a bedsheet and use a flashlight to read some secret notes. They're the people who walk from room to room, getting information here and transmitting it somewhere else, asking for an explanation here and giving it to someone else, and so on. So, in a nutshell, one small piece of advice I'd have to all students is teach your siblings, younger siblings. It's a very, very valuable exercise. It will tell you exactly what you know and what you don't know. It's also important to focus on, to select the right problem. That's a very, very tricky thing to do. And that's where most of us don't measure up to par. So the problem either it's not important or not of current interest and so on. Could be a deep problem, but you have to select the right problem and have a little bit of luck doing so. This is a very vital thing. as to which is superior, what sort of research is superior, whether it's theoretical or abstract analysis or experimental or computational and so on. That's an invalid question. It's an irrelevant question also. Everything goes in this business. We are fast approaching an era, I won't live to see it, but you certainly will, where the very nature of very enterprise called research may be undergoing a very dramatic change. And with the advent of intelligent machines, I think a lot of research is going to be taken out of our hands completely. To the extent that new results are consistent with the set of starting assumptions, they're just new correlations which nobody has thought about. If you have a device that makes all these correlations, all the consistent correlations, then it's far ahead of you in the game. So in that sense, research as we know it now will not be the same 10 years from now. It's going to be very different. It doesn't mean we are going to become redundant. It's not that Skynet is not going to become sentient in 2029 all of a sudden. We're getting very perilously close to a watershed event. Trying to forecast the future is impossible. It's a mug's game, definitely. Well, years ago, if I may be permitted to speak for another moment, when students would come and say they were going to do a PhD thesis on this and that, I would suggest to them that if they wrote a thesis in which I understood the meaning of every word in the title of the thesis, then no real progress has been made. And that I shouldn't understand at least one such word. Well, now I'm not only not understanding single words, but even the entire titles or even the entire chapters or even the entire thesis. That's actually a happy situation. It's called progress. There's nothing to be sad about. It's just that one tries to keep along, and at some stage, time passes by, and that's the end of it. Yeah. At that stage, one should at least have the satisfaction of saying that at one time one understood a few things. Not much, but a little bit. So, since all of you are going to work in the decades to come, you will see things which we cannot dream of, literally cannot dream of. No point even trying to guess. That's the way it is. It's an exciting ride ahead of you.
Any other questions?
Respected sir, I have one question, probably the most silly questions I'm forwarding you, kindly forgive me. The question is like this, whatever research we do, so we need information and knowledge. But sometimes it happens that when we have more knowledge, can it become bias to create new knowledge through research? It is related because if we see the past 200 years back or 150 years back, so many scientific research and discoveries happened. Maybe one of the reason might be there were lack of science, lack of physics. That's why the discovery from the electrodynamics to quantum theory and the forwarding. But we probably in this 21st century, we are not doing anything really something contributionary. Is it because of so many knowledge and information available? What do you think? And a related question is like, suppose I am looking at a problem as a non-physicist, as an engineer, but from an engineering angle, I am seeing that there's something is missing in the physics. There should be something changed, but I cannot prove it experimentally. I can at most propose some conjecture. At this context of time, it is where how should we propose a conjecture and prove it in this particular time? Thank you so much, sir.
Well, to take the second question first, there's a standard methodology of science, the way you do it, which is observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment, observation, and so on this cycle. That has stood the test of time. And if it's a proposition is falsifiable, then it's part of science. If it's not falsifiable, it's not science. Whatever else it is, maybe theology, but it's not science, and so on. As for the end of physics or the end of science, I'm hopeful. I think nature has got many, many surprises up its sleeve. Philosophy is 4,000 years old. Science is 400 years old. It's barely starting to scratch the surface of things. So give us a little bit of time. I don't think that we can proclaim the end of science. Every time physicists and other scientists in their hubris try to say that this is the end of the subject, etc., it actually was the start of the subject. The famous example in 1887, when it was declared that with Maxwell's equations and the laws of mechanics known, the end of physics is in sight. They even said the physics department should close down and go home. 1887. Not coincidentally, but ironically, that was the very same year in which the Michelson-Morley experiment was done, which started off modern physics. Just when they declared the whole subject is closed. It started the subject. So I think that there's a lot more to learn. There's a huge number of things to learn. The problems will be dependent on the era, of course. We have to understand many things. We have to understand the physiology of organisms. We have to understand what life is. We don't know. We have to understand the brain. That's a very peculiar problem because here's an organism, here's an organ trying to understand itself. It's unique. We have to understand that. And then we have to understand as subjects progress, they tend to get more and more quantified and mathematized. Economics is already getting there. At some stage, psychology will be getting there. And then psychology of masses, namely sociology, will get there next and so on. It's going to take time. We don't know how long, but there are these problems. If you look at the journals today and ask what problems are being looked at and compare them with journals 100 years ago, there's just nothing to compare at all, except the methodology of science. That has remained the same. But the nature of the problems is very, very different. The questions asked are very different. And it builds upon what we already know, always. But I think we have, I mean, I'm very unhappy if the end is in sight. I think it's a good thing. You need something to keep ambitions alive. I'm not sure if I've said anything that answers your question, but
You?
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you.
There is one small agenda pending before we hit dinner plates. Would like to request Professor Mishra to felicitate our nodal coordinators who have taken time out and come physically for the PMRF Symposium. Professor Apurva Sharma from IIT Roorkee. Professor Swaminathan, again from IIT Roorkee. So all the civil engineering students, IIT Roorkee is the Nodal Coordination Institute. and Professor Paul Raj from JNU. Thank you so much. Other nodal coordinators are also panelists, so we will greet them tomorrow again. Yeah, thank you. Do you have any announcements for some announcements before? Any announcements for the students? Okay, no announcements. So thank you all for staying from morning until almost 12 hours now. And I hope you had a good time today. Tomorrow's session will start exactly at 9 a.m. So please be seated by 8:45 so that we can start things on time. And please go ahead for your dinner and enjoy yourself.
Also, sorry, just remove your posters if you're from the last session.